quite noticeably better, but the coughing is still there. I hope it doesn't touch wood. I hope it does not turn into 100 days cough. There will be 要大吉利是我真係唔想啦，真係唔想，唔想。But anyway, hello. Oh, Mo-chan, welcome. Look at Chan, welcome. You had a good day today? I know today is a bit of a very it's a bit of an interesting stream, okay? It's a bit of an interesting stream. And of all the streams that I personally request that as many lurkers turn up for as possible, I would say this would be one of those streams. As you can see with the pretty little bar at the bottom, just below me, you would see that there is a number and a bar. So what does that bar mean? I'm going to cover it in a few more minutes. I'll wait for more lurkers to funnel in because right now it's still extremely early in the stream. So I'll just take the opportunity for more people to funnel in. Then of course lurkers, I don't expect you to do it every single time I stream, but I do request that you do it for this stream specifically. Tell your friends about me. Sakana, thank you for the resub for 5 months. Maxi, once we cover it in the stream, you will know exactly what has happened, okay? Once we cover it up in the stream, you will know exactly what has happened. But anyway, for those of you lurkers who turn up, I will say all of you are acting like darlings today. So sweet of you all to just turn up today. Very, very good boys. And very, very good girls. I don't know how many girls and how many boys are around here, but you're all very, very good. I am very happy. And maybe more will turn up and I'll be very happy when they do as well. Derlin Worm, #good. Welcome, first time. It's the first time chatting. Glad you can take some time off your own personal schedules to say hi to me. Oh yes, we do have a few off and on. Sometimes Pickle drops in, sometimes Gutsy drops in. And quite a few more actually. Only really Pickle and Gussie are the ones who made themselves noticeable. There's probably a lot more. Linworm, thank you. I'm very grateful for that you think that you see the stream, you see my post on Twitter and you thought of, oh hey, it's nice, it would be nice to just attend to one of your streams. That is a very kind thought, very warm thought. Thank you so much. And just so you lurkers, I know some of you might notice I am a little bit not as grumpy. And you will find out soon enough exactly why I have forced myself. Just so you know, I want you to be extremely clear. I have forced myself to not be grumpy. K009XD, I have a feeling you already know what's happening today. Let me have a look. How many lurkers are here? I think I will officially start the stream at around... Once more, turn up, let me see. Maybe I'll make a post on Twitter informing everyone about this. Let me see. I will make a post about this. And I will do it. Can I tag? No, I can't tag. Damn it, I can't tag. Okay. Yep, that is fine. Okay, I'll give it a few more minutes. 22, a few lurkers. Goofy Silly Goose, hi, and thank you for joining the stream. First time. Thank you for taking your chance on me and dropping in. Who else? I'm waking up other lurkers right now. Thank you much, and appreciate it. Andrew Graves, hello. DJ Love, good morning. I hope you're doing well. Hope you're doing well too. 09, welcome to the stream. I'll wait till the number reaches around 40, then I will get the stream properly started. I'm really excited for you today, Banmin. I hope I meet the expectations of the lurkers who drop their donations. That is good. That is extremely good. Anyway, since that there are still few more minutes of waiting, I want to know how many of you all in the chat, lurkers in the chat and non-lurkers in the chat, how many of you all watch other SummerSlam streams? I know Maxi has. He ran quite a few good ones. But who else has watched other SummerSlam streams? 09, only me. Okay, fine. Mo-chan, you don't have to say anything. Like-a-chan, thank you for the confidence. Okay, anyone else? I'm Lazy Jer. What a name. Welcome to the stream. Another new face. I appreciate you. And some of you lurkers might already know this, but I am the type of person who is extremely awkward when it comes to advertising my streams. I always feel like maybe I'm just old-fashioned. Maybe I have a bit of... Maybe I am very thin-skinned. I'm not thick-skinned enough, but... very awkward when it comes to marketing my own streams. I normally like, hey, other than my debut stream and this stream, usually I'm like, hey, just letting you know my weekly schedule, what days I'm streaming, and I'll just make one reminder on the day a few hours early. And that's all I do in terms of stream reminders. So maybe one day I might need better suggestions on how to better advertise my streams without... Because I always think that if I advertise my streams a little too often, I get a bit obnoxious. I always feel like I'm being a bit too obnoxious. I'm a bit too shameless. I'm a bit too, like, clout hungry. So maybe I just feel a bit self-conscious in that regard. So the only two streams that I really advertise quite a lot is my debut stream, which happened last year, late October last year. That one was fine because everyone was expecting it, so I did the marketing. And for this Gamers Outreach thing, this charity stream, we will cover it in some level of detail and in 4 minutes. So I'll let 4 more minutes in before we start. But long story short is I'm usually very reserved when it comes to shilling my own streams. Perhaps it reflects on Sometimes only the most dedicated of you lurkers dropping in, but I guess I prefer it that way. If I want more people to notice me on streams, I rather they just notice me slowly. Rather than me forcing it to their faces, on social media. I'm sure most of you who watch me, who follow me for my posts, do not like it when I advertise my streams too often, because it is, well, let's face it, most of you follow me for my opinions, and shilling for my streams is kind of like a low move, and I feel it personally. Zephyr Earl Banmin practice in front of the mirror before this. Come on. Don't give me that little credit. I'll give you a little bit of a trivia about me personally. Okay? A bit of a trivia about me personally. I'll give you a bit of trivia about me personally. The more I prepare, the more I plan out, the worse it happens for me. So, my approach to streaming, my approach to speeches, my approach to debates is that, yeah, you can have a general idea of what you want to talk about, that is fine. But when it comes to actually presenting or making the stream, I cannot plan too much because my brain will just short circuit. I'd rather just go in and improvise. That is my approach to things. And I appreciate that thought lays here. You follow me for the sake of me. I appreciate a lot. The debates. Oh yes, it's gonna get, today it's gonna be a bit spicy, I expect. And for those of you who already went to my streams like earlier this week, if you see the pinned comment, that is the link to the campaign for the donations. If you lurkers are able and willing and happy to do so, the link is on the pinned comment. And it's also at the top right here, at the top of my screen. That is they both lead to the same things. I don't know why Tiltify has like a link shortener that's actually not that much shorter, but it is the same. They both lead to the same. Both links lead to the same thing. Love has been here just in time for the 42 luckers. Let's get started. Okay. I know a lot of you are probably new to this. I know a lot of you. I don't know how many of you are aware of Gamers Outreach. A handful of lurkers were here earlier this week, and I explained to them just a little bit, but how many of you are not very well aware of this Gamers Outreach thing? I want to get started with a bit of a informative seminar of sorts. Official SummerSlam hat I can wear on VTube Studio. I didn't plan it out, but I didn't notice it. But anyway, let's just can I get a show of hands? How many of you are not very well informed about what this event is about? So the Gamers Outreach VTuber SummerSlam thing, how many of you are not very well informed? While I get a show of hands, I will just sort some things out in about 30 seconds. And let me just have a check. close this. Let me. Alright, that's fine. That's fine. I'll close this for now. Okay. Okay, we can just get started. Okay. I will start off by asking a thought experiment, okay? I'll start off with a thought experiment for all of you lurkers here who just turn up, okay? A thought experiment for the lurkers who just turned up. And I'm going to start by saying Đại cát lại xì, choi đại cát lại xì. Touch wood. But it is an important thought experiment I'm going to make. A hypothetical. Let's say you are in your childhood. You're in your childhood. It doesn't matter what age you are. Maybe you're like 8 or 9. Maybe 8 or 9. And you've been diagnosed with quite a very serious illness. Something that probably requires you to be in the hospital for give or take a few months. And it involves a lot of surgeries. And it's not fun. It is very not fun. So think about it this way. You're stuck in the hospital for a few months. You only have sterile hallways. The only company you have are a bunch of doctors and some nurses. And your family comes and visits you off and on, but it can't be there 24/7. So most of the time you only have doctors and you have nurses. And every smell that comes through your nose is medicines, all kinds of medicines, alcohols, medicinal alcohols and all that things. And the only food that you can receive are really soul-draining food. What else do you have for the rest of the day? For months, what else do you have for the rest of the day? You lie down on your bed. Oh, Zazian 90, thankfully no. Touch wood. Thankfully no. Touch wood. I heard about Zuck suddenly using bots to do moderation, but he reversed it thankfully. Oh! I like this style of fashion. Purpose man, I like this style of fashion. I am the generalissimo of the Vtuber community. Of course I have to dress the part. I am the president for life. Of course I have to dress the part. Of course I have to dress the part. But it's all in good fun. It's all in good fun. Peppy's man, you broke my train of thought. You broke my train of thought. Now what am I? What am I thinking? Anon? I rather Peppy's man ask me some random questions about problematic outfits than being flashbanged with this sudden donation. I rather take 100 Peppy's man's questions about problematic outfits than this. But anyway, okay, I'm gonna regain my train of thought. I'm wasting your time and I'm wasting everyone's time, so I'm sorry. I'm wasting everyone's time, I'm sorry. I want to finish that thought process, okay? The part about where you are, let's imagine this hypothetical where you are a kid. Where you are a kid, a very, very sick kid, and you are in the hospital for months. You did surgery off and on. Your only company really are doctors and nurses, and there's really nothing to do other than sleeping on the bed and then just that's fine, Peppisman, you are free to think that way, and your opinion, and it's fine to express your opinion. It is fine to express your opinion. Everyone can feel certain things about different things. As long as we're all civil about it and we explain it properly, I think it is fine. So, but anyway, thank you for joining the stream. I appreciate you for joining the stream. Actually, I appreciate every single person who took the time out of their busy schedule on a Sunday to join the stream. Narcos is fine. It's fine. Let's not get into an argument on today's stream, okay? We can do arguments any other day, not this one. Unless it is a themed argument. So I want to continue the story. So what do you actually do to kill time while you're in the hospital for months? You lie down in a bed? Maybe the nurses hand you a bunch of comics, a bunch of books, a bunch of plastic toys. That's all. What else do you have? You sleep all day, at some point you just get sick of sleeping. At some point you just get sick of sleeping, what happens? All you have then is your time in your head. You think, you start to think. You start to think about random things. You start to think about how you wish you were having a delicious ice cream with your family. How you feel like you wish you could spend time with your best friends. Hang out with friends in your school. So what happens? Your mind wanders. You feel worse, especially if you are a kid. And that is quite a thought. And it's a horrible thought. So why am I talking about this story? Why am I talking about this really depressing story? Well, basically my whole idea is that it doesn't have to be that way. Basically, it doesn't have to be that way. And I'll just fast forward to a time where one of the representatives of Gamers Outreach, he sent a DM to me and he just said, would you be interested in doing something like this? Would you be interested in just joining? You don't have to go any specifically very deep amounts of preparation or elaborate campaigns, but just do a stream as you always do, but just let them know that this event is running. This little event is running, and I took some time to have a read of this charity. I took some time to have a read of this event and what the people in this situation are doing. And I thought about it. One of the biggest things that can really lighten the load, the mental load, the pressure, the loneliness, and really the misery of being in the hospital. Escapism. People have no idea how important escapism actually is. And in the current year, escapism can take shape in so many different ways. Reading books is a form of escapism. Watching a movie is a form of escapism. Watching anime is a form of escapism. But there is one form of escapism that is so powerful. It's one that forces you to involve yourself into it. By that I mean, Fosimaki, welcome to your stream. I hope all is well with you too. Thank you for the well wishes. One of the biggest forms of escapism is something that you can directly control. You can directly affect. That involves yourself into it. And what I mean is video games. So how does it work? How does it actually work? Well, let me move aside. I've gotten some of the most important parts. Let me see. Here we go. Oops, sorry. So, the big question is, a charity is a charity. But one thing that... one thing about charities is that, for me, the measure of the quality of a charity, of course, sincerity. But how do you get sincerity when it comes to charity? Well, I say one of the biggest factors when it comes to a sincere charity is specificity. Just like with public apologies, being specific in what you want to convey goes a very, very long way into convincing people. And what do I mean by specificity? So, for instance, you make a public apology. That kind of specificity is like, I'm sorry, I messed up here, and here. I should not have done this, and this. I realize this is wrong because it creates this, and that. Moving forward, I will improve myself by doing this, and that. That is specificity. And that is how you make good, for instance, an apology, or in this case, talking about a charity. So this is what Gamers Outreach has been doing for quite a few years already. They call it Go Cards. So long Gamers Outreach cards. What basically they are is... What these things basically are is that they are basically mobile game consoles. They are mobile game consoles that are fitted into rolling tables, and it includes 2 controllers and a screen. The entire idea is that these tables will lurk the hallways of the hospital. Yeah, I get it. Lurk the hallways of the hospital. They will lurk the hallways of the hospitals. They will find any kids who are just waiting for treatment, having absolutely nothing to do other than just waiting for treatment. These cards will go to a bunch of kids. And what they do is they just play like they usually do. Yeah, I'll talk about it later. Play like they usually do, like in front of a television playing their game consoles. That's the whole idea. Giving the kids the gift of escapism is so important. The distraction is so valuable. Even if it's just for a few hours, it makes a world of difference. Instead of having kids thinking about, oh, I wish I was back at home now. I miss my parents, I miss my friends. I miss the life that I cannot have right now. They can think about, oh, I'm thinking about the next stage of that next game that I'm playing. I'm thinking about grinding for that next new fancy armor or the next new fancy weapon. Things like that. Proper distractions. And by the way, this is not just all that is to it. And the other one is this. So this is another thing that Gamers Outreach have been rolling out across various hospitals. They call it a safe point, but it's basically it is a vending machine. It is a vending machine that dispenses assorted merch. So the more you donate, the more money they have to stock up these vending machines. That's the whole idea. And above this one, the more you donate, the more of this starts to roll around the hospitals. So that kids do not have to worry so much about waiting their turn, because there is a lot to go around. And who knows, maybe with enough of it, a bunch of adults could play it as well. But of course, the kids take priority. Adults are big boys and big girls. They have a bit more resilience than kids. But of course, if you have enough of them, there's enough to go around, so you don't have to worry so much about letting someone else take their turn. Pretty nice. So I thought about it, it was a pretty nice gesture. And like I said before, in my pinned post on Twitter, so like I said in the pinned post on Twitter, I said yes pretty quickly. The only real concern I have was whether I could make time for it, but the moment I realized I had just enough time to make time for it, I said yes immediately. Oh, Gamers Outreach, you're here. Welcome to the stream. I made a lot of time for it. Well, I managed to make this Sunday for it, and I hope this stream will last for a reasonably long time. And that Anon who just decided to donate another $1,500, you just jump scared me, okay? You just jump scared me. But anyway, let me just do a bit of a further breakdown. I think I will redirect you to something extra that is useful information. Like I say, specificity is extremely important. And one of the most important things is how, if you lurkers decide to say yes and would like to donate even a small amount, let me just... There we go. This is how the money is allocated. This will be how the money is allocated. So, for each $10 of donations, there will be new random merch in those dispensers in the hospitals. For every $30, it is a new controller. For every $60, it is a new, hopefully, a nice AA or indie game. A nice AA or indie game for the kids to play. Gamers Outrage. That's a good one. Well, anyway, $60, hopefully you get a good indie game for the kids. They need to know more indie games. They need to know more AA games. The future is AA and the future is indie, in my opinion. Okay? $100 gets you installs more replacement monitors in case the monitor breaks down or something like that. At $300, the hospital can stockpile another new game console. At $500, they get Gamers Outreach gets to retrofit old ones with new hardware. And of course, at a full $3,500, it is enough to commission a brand new table to be made. Everything. The full package. So, that's that. That is how the money will be allocated. And that's one of the things that I was really glad to see from someone who advertisers and markets of charity. Specificity. I love specificity. Okay, I think that should be enough for the general flow of the information. Long story short is, escapism is extremely important. And Gamers Outreach gives escapism to people who need it the most. Those stuck in the hospital. Anyway, with that out of the way, let's get into my specific campaign. Let me just let's have a look and see whether everything is set up properly. I'll zoom out a bit. There we go. This is my campaign. This is my specific campaign. If you follow the link on the pinned comment that I have pinned, or if you type in the link at the middle top of this screen, it will lead you to this. It will lead you to this, where you can, if you're happy and willing, and have the money to spend, you can drop a few dollars. You can drop a few dollars for anyone, for this initiative. I appreciate every single cent that you all donate. And because I appreciate the purpose it is for, I'm going to go out of my way to, well, cater to the already damn it. Okay, I wasn't okay. Pardon me for a few seconds. I am going to reset a bunch of settings, okay? You likers are really starting to flashbang me with all this new information, so I'm gonna have to set things a bit. How do I set it up? Let me see. Please pardon me a second. Pardon me a second or two, lurkers. I'm gonna still keep reading the chat, but I'm gonna sort out a few things. Let me see. Set. Let's go on to the next stretch goal, which is by, say, 5,000. What happened? Oh, Katsuya, okay. Oh no. Why am I blushing like that? No. Okay, fine. Okay. Hello there, Banmin. Yes, hello, Tatsuya. And I said it correctly, I hope. Let's go see whether this widgets... Let's see if I can refresh the widget so that I can start everything again. Let me see.
Water in the fire, why?
It's not working yet. Let me try again. Oh, it's not working again. Reset code, save settings. There we go. New goal. Me brand new goal. So, anyway, lurkers, I'm gonna make a very big exception. Usually every single stream, I tend to do whatever the hell I want, and I don't care. Usually every stream I do whatever I want. But for today, 4200, was it? Let me see, what's the goal? 4200. Oh! Okay, 4200. Damn. Okay. I'll say to 4200. Save changes. Alright. Let me just reset the code for a moment. And it's not working. Let me reset it again. Here we go. More realistic. Okay. So, what do I have in plan? For my specific campaign, like I say for you lurkers, I'm going to reopen everything. Here we go. Like I say, this is my campaign page. You can follow the link on the pin. There are 3 ways you can do it, okay? Firstly, I'll show you. You can follow the link on the pin. You can follow the link at the top middle, or you can do this. You can do this. You can type in !charity in your Twitch chat and the stream bot will give you a link for a donation. So that is how you can do it. With that out of the way, I'm going to go through with some really spicy things. Well, not spicy, but the things I promise you lurkers, okay? So this was my original goal. Wrong. This was my original goal. And just so you lurkers know, and for those of you who are new, these goals were met within 20 minutes. 20 minutes. Lurkers, 20 minutes. 20. So these are not stream goals anymore. These are not stream goals anymore. This is a stream agenda. It is not a stream goal anymore. It is a stream agenda. Instead of original is just planning to play some games and gather a few donations here and there, but looks like it is not going to be a gaming stream unless I have some time to make at the very end. But it doesn't look like it will be a gaming stream. It really does not look like it at all. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. So this was the original stream. This was the original goal. And I will run through it with you now. Might as well. I'll run through it with you now what the goals are. Alright, let's go one by one. Later on, you lurkers can recommend me about 3 to 5 videos depending on how long they are. We will watch together. And that's part of the reason why we're streaming on Twitch as well. Lurkers suggest at 100. Later, you get to decide what post I make on X. Make sure it's not edgy. Make sure it's safe for work. Okay? The next thing we're going to do is, well, you like to hear me argue if you're right. Let's argue about something. Or if you come up with a topic we can argue. The next one, this will have to take place in a future stream because, like I say, it's just one. I'm just doing one stream for this event. We will decide on a turn-based. I will decide on a turn-based strategy game turn-based game to play. a turn-based game I will play. For a few hours. But I will genuinely try to play the game for a good few hours. We can pull on it. Yeah, we'll pull on it later. We'll pull on it one of the days when you gather some some games in my mind. And at 500, you lurkers can force me to play on a different stream. A genuine attempt at a horror game. If there is a game that I hate more than turn-based games, it is horror games. I love watching people play, but I hate playing it myself. A single-player one, yes, Lurker-chan, Yes, Lurker-chan, I know. A single-player one, so that I have no comfort in company. You all want to see me suffer? So be it. Amnesia the bunker? The next part, we're going to find a fanfiction I wrote. A short one. And we'll read it together. I don't know why you all want to see me read my own fanfictions, but yeah. Apparently some of you lurkers wanted to, so we'll do that. Then at $900, I'm going to call you off, you lurkers. Good boys and good girls, darlings. 亲爱的人 Whatever. Whatever. Women have weird fanfiction. If you follow it, it's not as weird as you think, okay? I am one of those, I love writing fanfiction. I still do. I still do. And, at $1,000. Which you have made already, by the way, lurkers. At $1,000. Well, you already reached $1,000. You know what I will say? Bad milk. I will say bad milk properly. No censoring. No problems. So be happy, lurkers. For the duration of this stream, I will say bad milk properly. No, do not clip. Do not clip. Do not clip. Do not clip. Do not. No, please, no. It is just for one stream only. The next stream, nothing, it will never happen. Lurkers, please. You're making me sick again, lurkers. Physically sick, physically ill. Oh. The only time I had an ad and she said it. Oh. Oh my god. It's just one word. Bad milk is just one word. Stop making it such a big deal. Stop making it such a big deal. Bad milk is just one word. Wow. This is I call it a stream goal, but basically this is a stream agenda. So let's just move on to the next list of goals. Because of that, I had to make new goals. And I call this stretch goals. And you lurkers just managed to make Oh no. No. Please don't do this to me. So fast. So fast. I'm just gonna eat something and I'm hungry. I'm just gonna eat something. Hold on a few minutes.
Water in the fire. Why?
You lurkers are never gonna make me live this down, aren't you? I cannot believe literally me saying one word is enough for some of you to say it's the best stream ever. I cannot believe you. Anyway, let's continue. Let me just see how many lurkers are on stream right now. Let me have a look. 59 lurkers are on stream. Not bad. At least it was worth something. But let's continue. These are the stretch goals. At day 500, we can write a fanfic live. We can write a fanfiction live. I don't know why you all want to see me write a fanfiction live, but I don't know whether we will upload it or not. But I will write a fanfiction. I will attempt to write a fanfiction. Or actually, I can continue one of the fanfictions that I've already written. Maybe I'll continue a fanfiction that I've already written. And for those lurkers, maybe I can continue a work in progress that I've written. Yeah, that might work later on in the stream. And at $4,200, you lurkers can force me to finish a turn-based game. And it is going to be torture, but I will allow it. I will allow it. At 5,000 words, I mean, I cannot believe I say 5,000 words. I'm thinking about fanfiction already. At 5,000 words. Oh, pardon me. At $5,000, if it somehow reaches that amount, if any one of you artist lurkers who make safe forward art involving banned milk, safe forward. Nothing blatantly yabai, nothing blatantly R18, okay? For the duration of the month. For the duration of a month, I will repost any artist's banned milk art. No questions asked. Well, I will ask questions, but no, I won't. I won't ask questions. I know why. I will repost them. Every single one of them. As long as it is safe for work and not R18. Okay? So, an example would be 09's art. Oh no. Well, you can't force me to repost it yet. You can't force me. I haven't reached 5,000. I doubt I will reach 5,000. You can't force me. You cannot force me. Yeah, zero. Oh, I might as well show you. I might as well show you Lurkers. I might as well show you Lurkers. Let me check. Where is it? 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 It's on the bed art. Where is it? 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 I can't find it. There we go. This is some quality art, not gonna lie. This is some quality art, not gonna lie. Waiting for you, 09, waiting for you to learn how to draw live 2Ds. It will be a big day when that happens. Okay. All right. Anyway, let's move on to my... What else? What are the stream goals I have? There we go. Let's go back to this screen. So the next stream goal after this is... You lurkers can force me to finish a horror game at $6,000. And I made this goal not easy. It is not an easy goal for me to make. It's not an easy announcement for me to say. I would never, ever play a horror game otherwise. You cannot force... Well, a single-player horror game otherwise. You will never force me to make me play a single-player horror game otherwise. But it's there. If we reach $6,000, I will plan out with you all on a horror game that I will finish. But that's a big if. Okay, that is a big if. At $8,888, you can recommend me any crap or brilliant Kino movie that you all want as a watch along. The reason I put it for $8,888, do you know what 8 means in Cantonese or Chinese? Trivia. Do you know what it means in Cantonese or Chinese? A bit of trivia. 8888 literally means bát 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 bát. 1234578 bát. Bát sounds like fat. Fat means fortune, make a fortune, getting rich. So 8888 means get rich, get rich, get rich, get rich. I'm sorry for being so superstitious. I'm sorry. I wouldn't put it at 8,000, I put it at 8888. Yes, the gambling casino ads know what's up. So, at 10K, 10K is a bit of an odd one. Firstly, I doubt it will ever happen, but let's just say for argument's sake that it did happen, okay? I am going to try. I'm going to try really, really, really hard to find another VTuber that you all want. You lurkers want. You lurkers can decide that I will collab with. Of course, I will ask them but there's no guarantees. I'll ask them, but there's no guarantees. But what I would do is, I will pull every single reasonable stop to ask them and make sure they know I asked them. Okay? They are free to say no, but that's it. Yeah. I do not want to sing. Limuping or Chongko, that is one thing I do not want to sing. No, I got no. Well, oh yeah. I know what you mean. It's an inside joke. It's an inside joke. Inside joke. I get it. But I doubt she'll ever collab with me. I doubt she'll ever collab with me. Even if she did, it'll be lost in translation. It'll be as much trouble for her as it'll be for me to understand each other. But that's it. If I cannot find another VTuber to collab with, you lurkers can choose one Toho game. One Toho game. I've played enough Toho games to last a lifetime. Who is this? Nya raided with 36 viewers. Welcome, raiders! Welcome, raiders. Welcome, raiders. That was sudden and I wasn't expecting it at all. But as you'll probably already know, as seedlings, I'll call you seedlings. As Nyabi seedlings probably already know, this is part of the Gamers Outreach thing. You'll probably already know. And right now I'm just explaining the stretch goals that happen. So for those of you who just dropped in, the original stream goals that I put up here, all met. They're all 100% met. And now we're at the stretch goals stage. We're all at the stretch goals stage right now. And also for information, this is the campaign that I'm running. It's a solo campaign. Oh, I need to move aside. There we go. But anyway, thank you for taking your time out to join me, and I appreciate it. So, that concludes our setting the scene, our housekeeping part of the stream, okay? That concludes the housekeeping part of this stream. And right now, let's get to it. We have a lot of things to be covering today. Lurkers, all of you will have to, how do I do this? 3 to 5 videos. Let's start with the first video. What do y'all want to watch? What do y'all want to watch that you want to try and flashbang me? That's true. You know what? Let's do a poll. Let's do a poll. How about that? Let us do a poll. Is it appropriate for a charity stream? Oh, that is a good question. Okay. Lekka-chan, suggest it. Let me know. Something fun. Suggest it, something fun. No, that's for movie night. This is just like short videos. It has to be short videos. So basically, you all can discuss amongst yourself, and if either Mod-chan or Lurker-chan shares me the link, I will assume that it is the videos you all want to watch. Okay? I will assume it's the videos you all want to watch. If Mod-chan or Lurker-chan shares with me the link. Don't take too long. Don't take too long. I'm going to eat something while you decide. How do we actually set this up, actually? How do we actually set this up? There's no really reliable way to do this. Thank you for joining the stream, Calcetes. You didn't miss much, just a lot of housekeeping. Wearables by Filthy Frank. Put it on a spinning wheel. How do I do that? I want to let you all know that I am still pretty new with this whole stream thing. Like, yes. So anything that is too elaborate as part of a stream setting, I'm a bit stuck. So give a good recommendation, and if everyone says yes... Oh, Wheel of Days. That might work. Let me have a look. New. Customize. How do I rename? How do I rename this? Let me see. How do I rename this? Customize. Is it customize? Appearance. Nope. The names are still. Edit title. How to edit title? Oh, there we go. Found it. Okay. Okay. I found it. So give me 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Give me a few good selections. So we will have Iago gave a nickel video. Okay. Who else? But make sure it is safe for work, okay? Nothing too edgy, nothing too risque. Nothing too edgy, nothing too risque. Okay, Lucas? I don't think the charity appreciates anything too spicy. Here I've got 3. I don't know what video this one is, but I'll put it in Mod-chan since you added it as a link. Alright. Wait, shoot. Why is everything nickel video? Let me try and do it again. copy. That's another one. Third option is this one. Fourth option is a classic. Let me have a look. All right. Another one. All right.
Water in the fire. Why?
Palmer-chan, what did Zephyr O just recommend? What did Zephyr O just recommend for you to react in such a way? I'm a bit worried now. You should have just said whether it's safe for work or not. But I'll put it in just in case. Anything else? Anything else? Anything else? Let me put in more this suggestion by Mod Chan. Alright, there's another one. Let's keep going. Pink guy should be fine, right? Yeah, pink guy should be okay. Pink guy should be okay. It's a lot of classics, I suppose. One more suggestion. One more suggestion. You want to enjoy weeaboos with lurkers? The big question is, I cannot remember how many edgy words that Papa Franco has said in those old videos. 2014, 15 and 16 was a very different time. If it were a non-charity stream, we would have done that. But I think for a charity stream, something a little more reasonable. Okay, I've got a few good options now. Let me see. Okay, I've got a few good options now. Let us see what the video is. But anyway, before we actually properly start, I need to take a quick short break. I am out of coffee. I'm going to get something to drink. Okay, Lucas? Do not go away. Do not go away so quickly. I will be back with you in a few minutes. Okay? I'll see you all in a few minutes. You all can talk amongst yourself. You all talk amongst yourself. And don't misbehave, or well, you can misbehave. Today's a special stream, and you likers have already paid for your misbehavior, literally. So why the hell not? Do whatever you want today, as long as it is safe for work and not edgy. Okay, bye bye. I'll be back in a few minutes. Wait, 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 wait. Look at that thing. Look at this thing. Lucas, can you see this? Can you see that? That tiny penguin? Look at that. Look at that. It's so cute. Where can I find this plush? That penguin is so cute. So cute. Oh my god, that's so cute. Oh my god, look at that. Look at those two things. 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 Look at that. Oh my god, they're dancing. Oh my god, look at that. Oh, wow. Look at that. Look at that. Those are such cute penguins. Oh my god. Oh my god. You know, there's another movie that I really did like. It was a Jim Carrey movie last I checked. Oh, this one was so cute. Mr. Popper's Penguins. That is such a cute. That was such a cute movie. Yeah, this movie was so cute. Okay, let's move on to the next video. Let's hope it's something different. Let's try. We have 9 more videos. Let's see what we get here. What's this? Let's have a look.
For a death battle!
All right, I'm not rusty at all.
Oh, this.
Hey dude, Green Lantern Officer Kyle Rayner here. Ring says you've got a Class A galactic super weapon, whatever that is. I'm thinking it's the giant mech. Why don't you hand it over?
Gurren Lagann's mine, officer. Just who the hell do you think you are?
I haven't watched Death Battles in a very, very long time.
I'm told I'm bad with authority.
Tell me about it. 4!
4? That's nothing! My drill will pierce the heavens! Take it to Gurren Lagann! That's really cool.
Fighting on the other team.
We do the impossible.
See the invisible.
touch the untouchable.
Break the unbreakable.
If you ain't know,
Now you know. I'm Simone the Digger. If there's a wall in my way, I'll smash it down!
stop fighting. Think about your fear of death, your love of your friends, your compassion for me, your hope for the future. Choose life.
Have faith in the Simone that believes in you.
Super Tekken Tofagur Lagoon!
My drill is the drill that will transcend the heavens! Giga Drill Break!
Well, they got the vibe of doing the gun quite well. Oh no, cause another big bang.
The super weapon wasn't your mech.
It was me.
Then, Simone, I'm taking you in brightest day, in blackest night. No evil shall escape my sight. Let those who worship evil's might beware my power. Green Lantern fly!
Wow, this is so...
Let's see you grit those teeth!
Oh, just barely. Just barely.
You'd make a good lantern.
Simon of Earth, you have been chosen.
Just who the hell do you think I am?
That was pretty dramatic. Got the vibe of the show pretty down. I'll add one more. Let's see. You want to add that in? I'll add that in. Hold on. I'll add that in to replace the Rickroll. Let me check. I'll replace the Nico one. Right. Let's do another one. Please be something new, please be something new, please be something new. Haven't I watched this already? It's the Rickroll. Let's try again. Well, Rick Astley really wants to keep... I'm getting Rickrolled in my own... I'm getting Rickrolled in my own stream. Did we just watch this? Oh, it doesn't seem like it. Let's see if it's...
Can I have an pussy, please?
Oh my goodness. I cannot believe the people. No, they got spooked by pink guy. They got spooked by pink guy.
Hamburger, please! Can I have a hamburger, please? Why did you leave me?
Oh my god. Oh no. Why did you leave? Wow, that would be shocking when if I were that person.
Why did you leave me?
Give me the ballsy balls. Give me the ballsy balls.
なんだおうわお俺は卵焼きが大好きなんだ
Oh my goodness.
Hey, boss.
I'm leaving today. I'm leaving today.
Hey, boss. Hey, boss. Hello. Can I have any pussy, please?
I didn't put
Hey, boss. I have a cancer.
Give me the ballsy balls. Give me the
Oh no.
About you, we don't fuck with no sucker. Nigga friend, big space, you a base one, nigga. Yeah.
Give me the ballsy balls. Give me the ballsy balls. Feed my children. Feed my children.
Oh no, dance. Dance for please don't. Oh,
What's for breakfast, Dad? Dad, what?
oh.
No!
Oh no, the pizza ramen.
Why?
Oh no.
What you say?
I'm gonna get chased off. They're gonna get chased off. They're gonna get chased off. Oh no, they're gonna get chased
Give me the ballsy balls. Give me the ballsy balls.
And then Kim just goes in and stares.
Feed my children. No, no,
He just goes in and stares.
Give me the ballsy balls. Give me the ballsy balls. Feed my children. Feed my children.
McDonald's. I'm hungry.
The Dark Lord is here!
Tangerines.
Yo, bro! You got fucking.
Lick on these nuts and suck the dick. You're a giant faggot. You should.
Oh come on. Yeah. This is definitely not a good video to be watching. What? I missed the donation. I missed the donation. I missed the donation. Hold on. Did I? $10 donation. Yeah, Zexel. I saw Zexel's donation. Yes. I saw. He donated. He donated a few days earlier this week. I saw that already. I'm not. That was Polly. Oh, Polly, let me check. Oh, yes, it did. Okay, let me just... Oh, it's still pink guy. Thank you, Polly, for the donation. Let's scroll again. This is not sustainable. You know what? I'll do the green one. Which one's the green one? Oh my god, Rick Astley. Can you stop Rick rolling me, please? Stop Rick rolling me, please. Stop Rick rolling me, please. What's the red one? What's the red one? Okay, something different. A hololive animation. Let me just have a look. What? Sakana, thank you for the donation. Oh, the what? I'm sorry for saying what so loud. Lots of Anons donated. Another Anons. Wow, that's on. Okay.
Did you want to ride in an ambulance?
Yeah!
Yeah, okay. Here it is! It's a fast one.
It's a fast one?
Yes! So make sure you put on your seatbelt, okay?
But just as a note, if you end up accidentally killing me or getting me down, do you have to pay my medical bill?
No, you won't die.
Oh, that's awesome. Yeah, it really reminds me of Cartoon Network. Like old school Cartoon Network. I miss old school Cartoon Network cartoons.
Left. Yeah.
And it even has Cartoon Network sound effects. That is so nostalgic. The Cartoon Network sound effects.
No, not again! No, Lisa! Did you not put your seatbelt on?
I thought I did. I didn't hear the beeping sound.
Well, to the hospital with you then. Yeah. Let's go back to the hospital. Yeah, we're going to the hospital, okay?
Yeah, hospital.
You sound so energetic for the condition you're in right now.
Oh no. Oh no.
Are you sure you are putting on your seatbelt? Maybe we killed you too far.
Oh no, they're in trouble. They are so in trouble. Oh my goodness, I have not seen Fubuki so mad. They are so mad. She's so mad. Fubuki is so mad. Remember that old cartoon called Kappa Mikey? Remember that? Back then when we were all very young, we were always like really excited when we actually saw like a Western cartoon that had a crossover with Japanese anime and Japanese speaking characters. And now basically Hololive is just a giant crossover between Western cartoons and Japanese anime.
She's gone. She's gone. Maybe we killed you too far.
It's so funny. She already died twice. She died twice.
She's gone.
Oh no! Oh no!
Nerissa?
Hi.
What happened?
I made the decision to drive with Fuamoko.
Nothing happened. Nothing happened. We're just gonna put you in the bag.
Help me, Bibu!
Oh, that was a nice one. That was a really nice one. I enjoyed that one. Not too spicy like the old Filthy Frank videos. What's the green one? What is the green one, actually? Oh, this sounds... Oh, this is excellent. Classic. A classic. This is a classic. Look, this is a classic. This is an absolute classic. Absolute classic.
Complaciendo para todos los bailadores con esta rola que dice.
Louis are reaching to the horn. A nice short one, for sure. Have we finished everything already? I think we're finished. And can we add this? Okay, let's just actually show it. Let's just have a look what this is. Let me see who else. Okay, let's replace it with this. Yeah, we just watched this. We just watched this one already. Let's have a look at this one. Oh, it is Honkai Polite Fight. Oh. I just changed it. Are you sure? This seems like a very random thing to watch. Are you sure this seems like a very random thing to watch? Oh, it's one of those. Ah, it's one of those. It's one of those, I get it. You're not taking a bath. Go shower. Go take a bath. I won't take no for an answer. Do you all want to watch this? I do. Who here is a fan of Honkai Star Rail? Which of you like is are a fan of Honkai Star Rail? Well, if Zero wants to watch it, okay, this has Nico. This has some serious old school Nico vibe, I guess. After this, we'll watch one more and we'll move on. Yeah, I am confused. I am extremely confused. Okay, I'm extremely confused. I'm sorry, I'm sorry, Zero, I am extremely confused. Oh my god, my website is so... Okay, fine, I'll finish it. Okay, fine, I'll finish it. It's... I have seen more cursed things like... when you get out shower before work. I'm sure, yeah. "30 seconds left, Mot-chan, oh no! Rip Mot-chan. Yo, this video is so long, I don't know why. 4 minutes and 11 seconds. Okay, done. I am so done. 9 seconds short. Yes, I know what you are thinking. I know what you are thinking. wow. Old school brain rot. Really old school brain rot. Oh my god, do you realize that so-called modern weeps now they have no idea who Haruhi is? I want to cry. Because I want to cry. Can you believe now so-called modern otakus and modern weeps have no idea who Haruhi is? Oh, there we go. Oh, this is classic. I love this. All the different Nico, the Russian posting. Oh my god, this is a long video. This is long. What is this? Oh my goodness, this is chaos. It's so chaos. Oh, this is actually cool. And yes, now Mega Man back with proper flashy choreography. I heard a mashup song between Uninstall and Pumped Up Cakes. I heard a very odd mashup of Uninstall and Pumped Up Cakes. It actually sounds interesting. I miss Toho. I only want Toho stuff. Look at all these old things. What is the problem with this? Imagine most of the millennials ending up in the old folks' homes decades later. I wonder what would it be like. All the boomers now in the old folks' homes, they'll be like playing all of the 50s and the 60s music. Imagine if it really was all of these old YouTube videos and Nico Doga stuff. That would be hilarious. Oh look, grandma or grandpa. They miss Haruhi Suzumiya. Haruhi Suzumiya was a classic show back during when we were young kids. When Lucky started getting back created as into like a VTuber. What? I cannot believe this. How long is this video? Wow, it's so long. What? Gears of War 1 just came out? Oh my god, Gears of War! Unreal Engine 3. Best graphics ever. on an Xbox 360. I cannot believe how graphics have evolved in the past few years. Remember those days? When you were hearing that all around me out familiar faces, hearing the Gary Jones version of Bad World as Gears of War CGI was playing. Whoa, Prince of Paris. Oh. Are we done? Oh yes, we are so done. Wait.
眠いです。夏バテで1キロ痩せました。本日はニコニコ動画にもアクセスいただきありがとうございます。誠にありがとうございます。大変申し訳ありませんが、姉は元気だと家族に伝えてください。
I want to make a poll. I want to make a quick poll. I am kinda curious, actually. I, for one, am a fan of Taoism more than Onmyoji. I, for one, am a bigger fan of Taoism. But they're basically around the same thing. There are two versions. Onmyoji, you should watch out those Chinese epics. The Master of Yin Yang, that's basically Onmyoji. I like Taoism. So the Chinese versions are Master of Yin Yang, and Japanese is basically Onmyoji. But anyway, let's go see. Remember, likers, for those who want to contribute to the stream, contribute to the Gamers Outreach thing, just type in !charity and a link will be given to you. Just a reminder. Okay, now let's move on to the next. What is the next thing? Alright. Okay. Okay. There we go. Lurkers who donated what? I heard the dono went off. Who paid what? Who was it? Who did what? Lurkers? Oh, Zexel paid something extra. Oh, Zexel, appreciate the bonus payment. There is a lot of good tweet suggestion I can expect. So look at Zero. Oh my god, Zero, what have you been saying? I'm gonna read them out, I guess. I am obligated to read them out. I love band milk. Literally, are you sure? Band milk is the best milk. The lactic substance. I want to replace my blood with band milk. What? I wish we get Concord 2 eventually. I'm going to get no, Chaos is right about anime. I love 10-based games, but you know what pairs well with that? A cold glass of band milk. Oh my goodness. Band milk coffee creations, iced coffee, band milk mocha, band milk latte. Oh boy. So Narcus, I'll start with a series of short polls, okay? I'll start with a series of short polls, and we will work up from there, and we will work to a more specific topic from there. Let me see. I'll work with a series of short polls. I know most of you are probably going to use the wood bad milk for the rest of the stream. You're not going to make this go to waste, I'm certain about that. But go ahead, I want to see disappoint me some more. Is no one else gonna vote? Only 3 people? Oh, one said different topic. Interesting. Not enough. Not enough for a vote. Won't waste a drop. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. I like how Zero is still posting his menu while he knows that I've given the green light today, so he's posting his cafe menu everywhere. Chocolate boba band milk, oolong band tea. Band cafe soon to open in the back rooms with Zero's menu. Oh my god. Fine. It's a post about band milk. Okay, fine. Let's just oh my goodness. Okay, fine. Let's see how we sort this out. Let me have a look. Tiltify is fine for now. Let me just refresh it in case something happens. Okay, nothing has happened so far.
Why?
Water in the fire. Yes, I just drank something. Let me see. Alright, here we go, lurkers. Here we go. Here we go, here we go, here we go. You get to dictate what I post. One post. Make it count. Has to be. Make it count. Make it count. Specifically, you will decide what I write. I am not going to fill in any blanks. You completely think for me. I am not filling in any blanks. You all have to come to a consensus about what you want to say. And in quotes. In quotes. Oh no. Is there really? Really? You all have a chance to write a comprehensive post on my expense, and you all just want me to post one word. Is that really all? Literally. Oh. Well, Mo-chan has banned milk will not be sold in your nearest family mart. Iago says, I love banned milk. Anyone who swears allegiance to the Generalissimo of the Vtuber community will be given a lifetime supply of banned milk. I'll put another. I'll make another poll. I'll make another poll. Okay. I'll make another poll. I will collect a few, and you all can vote on what to say. Okay. I'll make another poll. What is this one? Okay. Mm. Oh my god. What is that last one that I saw? What was that last one about? What was that last one I saw about turn-based games and banned milk? Where was that? Someone say something silly with turn-based games and banned milk. Where is it? Or Concord 2 and banned milk. Post it again. I missed it. I do not want that guacamole thing. No, please. Oh no. Oh my god. Yes, this one 3 minutes. Let's. Shadow Milk 26. This is such a Mr. Hugs moment. Shadow Milk 26. I cannot believe that you are a first time chatter. A first time chatter? How can you be a first time chatter? There is no way, Shadow Milk 26. There is no way with a name like that. If you all want to vote, or if you all want me to post something, you all want lurkers, you better vote on this quickly. Just vote. It is at my expense. The moment I click post, I can feel a part of me dying softly. So enjoy the moment and actually vote. Killing me softly with this post. Killing me softly with these words, tearing my whole life. Oh, you all really want to deal critical damage to me, don't you, lurkers? You all really want to deal the worst damage to me, don't you, lurkers? It's already bad enough you're making me post bad milk on my own account. You're making me shill for turn-based games. I cannot believe it. No. Why? It's both. Mo-chan, it is both. It's not just one, it is both. It's literally both. Okay. Okay. Jelly? Jelly, post that. Post what? Post that thing again. Post it in the chat again. I am copying already. Okay. Fine. Let us properly post this. Stop chat for a moment. Okay. Let's go back to Twitter. Where is it? There we go. Well, no turning back now. Is that all? Is that all, Lurkus? Is that all, Lurkus? Do you want me to click post now, or is there anything else you want to add? What pig? What pig? I'm sorry, I can't find that bottle. You want to choose a pig? You all suggest me a pig. You all suggest me a picture. Suggest me a picture. Mike did? I don't think so. No, I don't think the mic is dead. Hiya, Zexel! Zexel! Please don't scare me like that. Hiya. What image do you want to send me? No, not M. Bison. No. Let me see. Let me see. Let me see. I know what that M. Bison photo is. I don't want an M. Bison. I don't want a GIF. Just a picture. I commented on one of your posts, Zephyr. Let me have a look. Which post is it? Which post is it? Let me close. I'll close this for now. I will close this for now. I'll go to Twitter. I'll see. Latest, the starting now. That means. Oh. Zephyr, why? 做咩你咁樣嚟整蠱我？冇咁啦，為什麼？I hope you like us are happy. I hope you like. You want me to click post? You want me to click post? You want me to click post? No! That is not part of the agreement, Zaxel. That is not part of the agreement. That is not part of the agreement. I did not agree to that. That was not part of the agreement. No pinning. And I need to use pins for stream schedules anyway. Oh. Oh my god. Oh my goodness. Oh my god, Kenbo, so oh my turn. It's for a good cause. It's for a good cause. It's for charity. So it's fine. It's fine. It's for a good cause. How smart of you, Kenbo. So, how smart and thoughtful of you. 888. 888. I don't know if I can do so many of this, Frost. I feel like a part of me keeps dying. Oh well, let's move on. $150. What topic do you want to argue about? Spit it out. Spit it out, lurkers. What topic do you want me to argue with you about? You can literally choose any topic. Okay, there's two who want me to defend turn-based games. And Zephyr, you are too much. And Sakana wants me to defend Matt Walsh. That's random, but... Well, I guess two of you want me to defend turn-based games. I cannot believe it. Oh my god, how am I going to... You want me to defend Matt Walsh? Seriously? Zaxel? Oh my god, Zaxel? No, no, oh, no, 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 Zaxel? Zaxel? You really can. But you know what? I'll add Hassan just for the sake of it. I'll add Hassan just for the sake of it. Wait, no, too spicy. No, too spicy. Not for a charity stream. Not for a charity stream, okay? Not for a charity stream. Not for a charity stream. It's too spicy. No, we're not talking about Hassan. And I think by extension also Matt Walsh. No Matt Walsh. So, just random topics. No politics, okay? Where I got one topic. Any more topics? Any more topics you all want to cover? Any more topics you all want to cover? Any more? Any more? Otherwise, I'm gonna post a poll again. Any more? Lurkers, any more? Okay, we have a few. We have a few. I suspect one of them is going to be very important. We've got 3. We have got 3. We have got 3. Bigfoot is real. Oh my god. Really? No, I'm done. Yeah, been welcome to the chat. Thank you for joining the chat first time. Welcome. Of course. Of course. Of course. What have you got? What have you got, Zexel? Make sure nothing too spicy. Oh, dim sum is overrated. Interesting. That is actually interesting. How do I cancel a poll? Damn it, I can't cancel a poll. Dim sum is overrated. But either way, people are just going to vote for turn-based games, I guess. Well, if you want me to defend pineapple pizza, you got to vote. You got to vote. You got to vote. Oh, too late. Everyone wants me to defy. Oh my god, what? That took you forever to come up with that topic. That took you forever to come up with that topic. Well, I have you know that I feel like I'm gonna die inside every word that comes out of my mouth right now. I feel like I'm gonna die inside every time something comes out of my mouth right now. Because I think turn-based games are actually pretty fun. Pretty fun. I'm sure you all know how fun turn-based games are, right? You get all the time in the world to decide the best tactic between your characters, and you get to really spend less time on twitching and being so overwhelmed by all of the unnecessary stresses of very tense real-time combat. Let's go, Nicola. Thank you for the 10 to Gamers Outreach. What do you mean? There is a reason why it is called turn-based 09. The word base speaks for itself. 09. Whoever would say turn cringe is objectively wrong. 0 online, see you later. Just so you know, turn-based games have been a classic of video games for generations at this point. Squaresoft made their reputation of having great games because their original games were so iconic. Turn-based games. All the old Final Fantasy games, such as the mighty epic Final Fantasy IX and Final Fantasy X, which I have enjoyed tremendously. And anyone who did not enjoy it are cringe and wrong. Well, it is a new generation of combat, let's just say. True ladies and gentlemen engage in combat in a very refined manner. It says a lot about how sophisticated, intelligent, and thoughtful it is to have people politely standing at both ends of an open field, taking turns jabbing each other. It speaks a lot of their restraint as people, their courtesy, their class. If turn-based games is so good, why do I not see any VODs for turn-based games on your channel? Oh my god, I'm getting sick. I'm feeling sick. I'm sorry. I'm feeling sicker every passing minute. I'm sorry. I hope Rina is doing okay. I haven't seen her in 2 days, 2 weeks already, 2 to 3 weeks. Why haven't I seen any turn-based games in your VODs? Well, there is a very simple explanation for that. It's because the games are so enjoyable, so epic and so brilliant that I have decided that instead of streaming the games for people to watch, I will enjoy it quietly myself, playing this the way I want to. What better way to enjoy a game than to enjoy a game completely uninterrupted by a very colorful chat? But doesn't the lack of real-time action make the game for casuals? Can you please structure that question a bit clearer? It is all about the patricians. It's all about the patricians. True patricians play turn-based games. A truly classy, thoughtful, intelligent individual will play turn-based games. But how can I immerse myself in turn-based if they aren't attacking me back the moment I attack them? Well, Lurker-chan, they are called video games for a reason. What are you? A realism purist? Immersion nut? Is that all you care about, Lurker-chan? Is that really all you care about? But Banmin, the turn-based games put me to sleep. There's not enough flair to put and too much text. Oh well, I don't know. Maybe because you are just not refined enough, Kenbo. So you're just not refined enough and not classy enough to understand the intricacies of turn-based games and its natural engaginess. Well, I'm not sure what I can say to you, Lurker-chan, but I am correct and you are wrong. I am correct and you are wrong. Suspending disbelief is for normal people. Coming straight from your house, I can literally see the soul living. everything has to have a suspense. Not everything has to be 100% realistic. There are times where the true entertainment is outsmarting your opponent without the pressures of time. Do you have any more arguments about how turn-based is somehow such a bad idea? I believe I have explained myself pretty solidly that turn-based games are called based for a reason. Anyone who calls the game turn cringe is wrong. But without the pressure of time, I can't forget I'm playing a game. Well, I argue that by virtue of you turning on your PC or turning on your game console, you have already understood the fact that you are playing a game. So what is one more suspension of disbelief? I don't have the attention span for a turn-based game. I am monkey. Well, that you are, Sakana. You are a fish. I would say you are a fish. You have the attention span of a fish. If turn-based games is so good, why did Square Enix turn their backs on their DNA with their latest game releases? Oh my goodness! Oh my goodness, a proper argument. Thank you, a proper argument. Zexel, say what you want about turn-based games. Square Soft and Square Enix, they made their name making turn-based games. Turn-based Japanese-style games. That was what the audience came for. That was what the audience stuck around for. And yes, it is absolutely disgustingly stupid for Square Enix to completely abandon their ideas. Because they want to appeal to the quote-unquote modern audience, the global audience. And look how that did for them. Look how that did for Square Enix. Games journalists are admitting that Square Enix has an identity crisis. Square Enix got spooked by Expedition 33's success, and some of them are saying maybe we should revisit turn-based games again. Look how that worked out for most of them. Look how that worked out for most of them. If you're going to cater to your core audience, cater to them. Don't pretend you're Sunny better than them. Oh, we're going to change our core audience. Our core audience do not matter. All we care about is the ethics committee. All we care about is the modern audience. Well, tough luck for them. Square Enix fans have always been a fan of the turn-based games. Square Enix fans were bought over by Final Fantasy 7, 8, 9, 10. Maybe even 12. And it's silly for Square Enix to let go of that. I feel better now. "13" was a good game. I liked it. 13 was one of those games that, despite being turn-based, it managed to... Oh, no. Not for today, not for today. I am supposed to be 100% turn-based defender. Oh yeah, I just realized that. again. I realized that again. Any more questions, lurkers? Gonna play anything today, Banmin? I don't know. I don't know if we have time, maybe. If we have time, perhaps. But Rena is not even here. I miss Rena actually to an extent. I hope Rena is doing okay. Don't take this out of context, Sakana. I miss Rena as a lurker. I miss the existence of lurkers that have become a staple of each stream. Now we done yet? Or do I have to keep hurting myself? Lakers, are we done yet, or do I have to keep hurting myself mentally? Oh my god, thank goodness. Oh my god, thank goodness. I cannot believe I spent 20 minutes defending turn-based games. I cannot believe it. I cannot believe it. Welcome back. I am the Generalissimo of the Vtuber community, and this is the Gamers Outreach event. What is everyone doing right now? Now I love that tiny back rooms. The band rooms. I love the band rooms emote. I love that I added this. It's such a cute emote. The band rooms. Oh, such a cute emote. I'm actually thinking about buying the Backrooms game, actually. Oh my goodness, Frost, you're really using that Taylor Swift pic. It's a very cursed picture. Let's see what is next on the agenda. What is next on the agenda, huh? Remove aside. Your tweet already has 68 replies. No, my god. What? 68 replies? 68? Oh. Nep. Bless your heart. Bless your heart, Nep. Bless your heart, truly. I am indeed under duress. Nep, I am indeed under duress. So many. I'm gonna make it. Let me post the image. Let me post the image and let's see. I'm gonna find that image first. I'm gonna throw you lurkers under the bus right now, okay? I'm gonna throw you lurkers under the bus right now. You all forced me to post this. I'm gonna repost this. blink twice if I am under duress. I am so under duress by the lurkers, honestly. That is so true. Okay. Stop gaslighting me, lurkers. Oh my goodness. Bensokism. Oh no. I haven't posted on Facebook. Well, I did say X. I did say X. No freebies, lurkers. No freebies. But the donut. Why? Why do you guilt trip me like this, lurkers? Why do you guilt trip me like this, lurkers? Why? Why do you guilt trip me like this? It wouldn't be fair to leave them out, Banmin. No, it would not. It would not. The problem with Facebook is that it is ridiculously hard to... I'll just load it on the phone. For some reason, Facebook browsers always take so long to post. And I can't use the same image, by the way. I cannot use the same image for Facebook. I cannot. Because Zuck is not a very happy man. Zuck is not a happy man. He will Zuck my post if I post anything too yabai. Let me find a good image. Let me find a good image to post. Let me find a good image to post. "09, I'm gonna make a request from you. 09. 09. I'm going to take your post and post it on Facebook, okay? Okay? I'll use your post. I need to find it right now. It's so different. Let me find it. Let me find 09's post where there we go. my god. Why did I agree to do this? Why did I agree to do this? Why did I agree to do this? Alright, happy? Are you happy now? Are you happy now? I posted it already. Now give me some peace. So no, I do not have peace just yet. I still have. There's still more of the stream to go through. Still more of the stream to go through. Right, next on the agenda is oh yeah, we'll plan out streams in the future for the turn-based play along, the turn-based playthrough and the horror playthrough. Fatal Hermit, thank you for the 10. We'll plan those in the future. So the next thing is, oh boy, fan fiction. Fan fiction. I can't see the meme message. Oh, I can, however, see it on the official donation, I think. Yeah, I can see it from here. Let me refresh it. Let me refresh it. Fatal Hermit. Thank you helping increase the world's access to Banmin. At Gamers Outreach Foundation, we are happy to share the glory of our dairy addiction with the world. Just because I say there is zero restrictions for today lurkers doesn't mean that you have to go the extreme, lurkers. Just because I say I am permitting it. If I didn't know any better, I would think that all of you lurkers are like having a buffet right now. It's like I starved you and I just let you off on a buffet and you'll just eat. If I didn't know any better. Daishobot, bad milk. Suggested topics, were games better in the past? We'll talk about that in the past. We'll talk about it in the future stream, Nasco. But it's an interesting point. Here's a little top of quality smiley face. Ah, how sweet. I love the smiley face, how cute. Thank you, Tetsuya. Welp. Holy moly, it's almost 4K. It is almost 4K. This is the leaderboard, by the way. You lurkers are giving me so much attention. This is a lot of stressful attention. Oh no! No, Zexel, we are falling off. That's not what I mean. That's not what I mean. No, 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 no. No. That's not what I mean. No! Sakana, no, 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 no. My brain is starting to malfunction. Oh my god! I need to eat something, hold on. You like this hot start. You must get. Oh my god! Lucas. Oh my goodness. Please don't do this to me, Lurkers. Please don't do this to me. We're gonna read a fanfic. We are going to read a fanfic. And I am feeling a lot of embarrassment right now. We'll choose something. This is my current favorite one. This is my current favorite one. The tax deductible. Okay, you'll talk about your tax deductible first before we move on, okay? Talk about your tax deductible and whatever it is before we move on. Lamal. So what, Zexel? So what? I'm technically... Well, it doesn't really matter, does it? I'm not really a big fan of this whole team thing. I'm not a fan of all this whole team thing. I'm just doing it as myself. Welcome, Control, welcome to the stream. Banmin, have you ever had 3 leche cake before? I guess that means 3 milk cake? Or 3 cream cake, I don't know which one is. No. No. Oh my god, Daisho. Oh my... Oh. Well, I'm not gonna say oh my goodness and no. 4068. 4068. Ban milk to electric boogaloo. Sakana from Face Connect in your chat told me to open my bank account. That is the water Sakana. This is the chaos Sakana. Fanfics. fanfics, by the way. We are moving on. I am going to choose one. I'm going to choose... Which one do I want, actually? That's a good question. We'll choose something more recent. I did not write my Immortal Zero online. I did not write my Immortal. I have a few more, but some are cringy. You know, I like this one. I do like this one. I do like this one, and I do like this one. Victoria? We want a good read. This is one I really enjoyed writing this one. And I kinda enjoyed writing this one. These two I kind of enjoyed. Good morning, Darkstrail. So, the question is, do you want a Lord of the Rings one or do you want a Ruby one? Do you want a Lord of the Rings or a Ruby one? I'll make a poll. I'll poll it. I'll make a poll. I'll poll it. Let's try and poll it. Oops. No, I don't want this one. I don't want this one. Damn it, I wanted to make that poll. How do I cancel this? How do I cancel this? No, you can't cancel the poll. That's a shame. I am not. This poll does not apply. I just want to make my own poll. Three minutes. Aww. Technically, I don't really have any cringe fanfics. I do not actually have any cringe fanfics. One of... do I even... I might have deleted it a long time ago, that's the thing. I say, there's some... Move. Quit flabbing press. Oh. Quit flamming preps. Please, can this poll be over so I can actually put in the poll I want? Dumbledore. 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 That is so funny. Dumbledore. Well, technically all my fanfics are cringe in a way then. Okay, I want my own poll. I'm giving you only 2 options. One more poll. I what, Chad? You saw Naruto and you just noped out. What, Chad? I was just gonna vote Naruto just to see the reaction. Just to make them, just to make it more even. I'm just gonna make. I'm just curious to see how many people noped out over Naruto. I don't think it's too bad though. I don't think what I wrote was too bad though, all things considered. Both are pretty good fan fictions in my opinion. Both are pretty good. I hate Boruto, by the way, Darkstrail. I only like Naruto. Boruto, I just pretend it never existed. So, we're on the same boat. We are on the same boat. I will never touch Boruto. Boruto is a... I do not like it. I feel like it is like a joke that went too far. Remember back when Boruto first came out? I wish everyone made jokes about... I wish there was an anime about Boruto's dad. If only we had a manga about Boruto's dad. Boruto's dad is a way cooler character than Boruto himself. I wish we had an anime about Boruto's dad. There were so many of those memes circulating. And oh boy, I have a lot to complain about with how Masashi Kishimoto-san, with how he dealt with the romance in the story. Oh wow. You all want to read the Akami one? Okay, let's give it a go. Let us give it a go. Let us give it a go. Ah, this sucks. Always with the human. Always with human this and human that. I already told you I'm not human controller. I already told you that. Well, we're gonna start. You want me to read it out? I suppose, yeah. You want me to read it out. Let me see if I can make some proper space. Huh. That is a well. I guess it worked good enough, I guess. Move aside, down, 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 and shrink. This is okay. Okay, this is fine. Move the chat so it doesn't obstruct you. How am I gonna hide? You know what? I'll hide the chat for now. I'll hide the chat for now, but make no mistake, I can still read everyone, okay? Okay, let's get started. So yeah, I wrote this originally I wrote this a long time ago. And it has been an idea that I have been, at that point in time, at the back of my head. And it was in limbo for a very, very long time. But when I had a bit of time, I finished at least, well, I've done 2 chapters of it, but we'll just read 1 chapter. The chapter is meant to be like a self-contained chapter. It was meant to be a one-shot fan fiction, but it can be a part of a full series. It turned out to be as well part of a full series. Well, I'm planning at least. It's going to take forever to finish it, but let's start. Let us start. Have you all read Akame ga Kill? That's the question I want to ask you all. Have you all read Akame ga Kill? Have you all? You watched the anime? No, read it. Because this is from the manga side of things. Alright. Do you all want to take an opportunity to read this chapter first before I start this fanfiction? Chapter 23.5. 23.5. Just a quick glance of that chapter. You don't need to read anything else, just chapter 23.5. I think this is a good baseline to start first. Read chapter 23.5, and after you finish reading, we will read the fanfiction. Because it is very important that you get this context properly set up before we start. Otherwise, you'll be quite confused. You'll be quite confused with what I've written. Okay, so Zero Online, you're not gonna read it, so it's fine. But long story, I will. A few lurkers who read it will give you a recap. Okay. It's a special arc. It's a side story. It is a side story. It's not related to the actual story. It's just on the side. This is why I told you all to read. It's a very, very short chapter. It is a very short chapter. It's 23.5. So it is neither here nor there. It should be a chapter with that takes place about the 3 main characters in the chapter are 3 girls. So I'll give you all about 3 to 5 minutes to properly read up and pick up on the point of that chapter. For now, I'm going to take a short break and I'll be back with you. Okay? Okay, I'm back. I'll give you a few more minutes. A tall glass of... Oh wait, she's back. You lurkers will never catch me off guard. I will catch you off guard. Tell me when you are ready. Tell me when you are ready. I'll give you 3 more minutes. You all can finish it quickly. There is a new poll up to just make sure everyone is properly up to date with with the required reading before I start. Oh, let me take a short break and have a look at what's going on. Yeah, it does feel like the first episode. It feels like the first episode of the manga, yes. But it's different. This one ends in a very bad ending. Unfortunately. A very unfortunate ending. Good night, Jelly, and thank you for dropping into the stream. It was Kino. Yeah, watching me slowly die mentally is definitely a Kino experience for sure. You haven't seen a Kamigakyo anime, it's so over. Read the fanfic. Well, no. Read the manga. Just read that chapter. The stream was fun, not just the suffering part. Let us get started anyway. I think you'll have enough time. I think you all have enough time. Oh no! Oh no! So close! So close! But anyway, let's get started with the story, okay? Let's get started with the story. Any lurkers want to... How much? Beaten by how much? $200. Oh, that's quite close. That is quite close. Anyway, any lurkers want to contribute? Or can they still contribute after the event? I'm not sure. I think I should get started on the fanfiction already. I think enough of you have said yes, so let's start. Memories of long past. Her eyes were closed, but she did not need to open them to realize that she must have been in a very foreign place. She could feel the heat in the air of wherever she was, heat so intense that even the breeze felt like that of an oven. She could smell the strong smell that was akin to sulfur, almost as if she had been very close to a recently erupted volcano. Feeling the curiosity building up within her, she opened her eyes. With her eyes now wide open, what greeted her truly seemed like a vision out of a nightmare. Indeed, everything seemed so foreign, yet familiar at the same time. She seemed at a loss of where she was, yet everything seemed almost recognizable. For all she could witness was barren, dead earth, black as coal. The sky was dark, with faint tints of fiery red accompanying its bleakness. Yes, with that depressing environment, there was a significant contrast as she focused her vision further towards what she assumed was in front of her. She lay witness to legions of men in armor in the distance, fighting against crude-looking creatures. Corpses from both sides littered the plains in numbers so many she was... What was this? A slightly disappointing salad donated $25? That's part of the fanfic, by the way. No, it's not. It's not part of the fanfic. Thank you for the 25. Thank you for the 25. I'm going to close some things. Okay, let's finish. Let's continue the story. I'm going to be a bit focused for now. She lay witness to legions of men in armor in the distance, fighting against crude-looking creatures. Corpses from both sides littered the plains in numbers so many she was unable to count. Despite the many dead, the fighting between men and what she could only describe as beasts raged on. Crude weapons clashed with clean, freshly forged ones, and it seemed at that instant the men in bright armor were winning. Although the creatures noticeably outnumbered them, it seemed slowly but surely they were fending those superior numbers off. Skill over numbers, quality over quantity. What had been an almost impetuous and battle-hungry horde of beastmen quickly wavered, and some even panicked and took flight from the clashing, only to be dispatched by arrows from where she inferred to be archers behind these men-at-arms. That being said, as many of those crude beings fell and took flight, more rushed to reinforce and re-engage. There did not seem to be end in sight between both sides. She should have felt unnerved, terrified, worried even, considering what seemed like brave men were fighting against those foul beings that did not seem to dwindle in number. Rationally, she should have felt those things, yet she did not. Instead, the only emotion that ran through her was annoyance. Annoyance so strong that she had the urge to shout out in frustration. That was very unusual of her, for never in her life had she experienced this type of emotion. an emotion so strong that she had contemplated violence. Lucas, are you following? Lucas, are you following? Good. Let's continue. It confused her more that as she observed the dark-skinned creatures rushing towards the battlefield, she registered that they were coming from behind her. The men in bright armor, conversely, were facing her from afar, attempting to approach where she was currently at, hostility very apparent. She felt that those men, those brave men, were her enemies, and these foul creatures were her servants. Just as those thoughts ran through her, she felt her body starting to move, though there was no intent on her part as far as she was concerned. It seemed involuntary, almost subconsciously. It felt as if she was just a passenger, viewing the actions that were beyond her control, yet in some way, she knew she was more than a mere passenger. At that point, she realized that she was certainly a few heads taller than almost any creature or being there. The creatures that were in front of her stopped their impetuous sprint towards the enemy. They instead looked back. Fear, apprehension, and submission clearly marred their faces as they gave a wide berth for her to continue her almost calm trot, unimpeded. It did not take long as she reached the center of the battlefield, where the bloodshed was. By the time she had arrived, all that was facing her was the bulk of the men in armor. They too adorned terrified looks, though a fair number of them had expressions of grim determination. Hundreds of those men started to cautiously approach her, their guard up in anticipation of a fight. There was a deathly calm for just a short moment, when she then realized that there was a weapon in her left hand. Mace as large as any full-sized person, which she seemed to have effortlessly and casually held with but a hand. All this time she did not even register those actions. It was as if everything seemed on autopilot as the arm wielding the mace took a deliberately slow swing, almost as if to mock her opponents. Said opponents braced for the impact of the mace onto their shields and swords, and the last bit of her vision saw her merely inches from landing a strike towards a battalion of those men, until it harshly and abruptly faded to black as she heard a decidedly familiar voice calling out to her. That is the first part of it. Stoogie Meister, welcome. I'm taking a short few second break before I continue. Coconut, there is indeed a lot of words. That is indeed a lot of words. Now let's keep going. Wake up! Alongside that shout came some shaking. At that rather loud wake-up call, lavender-colored eyes opened. She jerked up, breathing a little harder before she slowly calmed down. She then fixated her attention towards the source of the voice. Yes, she recognized the blonde hair of her rather loud friend, whom she has known for a good many years. Said expression of her friend, however, was one that seemed surprised and mildly apologetic. Might be due to the rather strong physical reaction to be woken up that harshly. Hehe, sorry, Air. Must have given you quite a shock there, huh? Shouldn't have shouted so loud. but I gotta wake you up somehow. Her friend spoke in a sheepish look. Air put on a gentle smile to her friend. That's all right, Fal. I would have been surprised if you didn't go overboard most of the times. Saying that elicited another nervous laughter from her friend named Fal. There was a comfortable silence for a very short moment before she decided to query the reason for her friend's wake-up call. Why did you wake me up, Fal? Are we at the capital already? Her friend shook her head at the question before responding. Nah, there's a pretty large tree blocking the way. We are in the forest at the outskirts. The master's guards are trying to clear the roadblock. Luna just went out to take a look. Oh boy. Darkstrail, please don't interrupt me. Don't interrupt me, please. Air frowned slightly at that, before she too left the carriage and had a look for herself. True enough, it was a rather large tree that blocked the way, and by the looks of it, it would take up to an hour to clear it sufficiently for there to be a clear path ahead again. One of the guards, whom would escort her friends and herself to their master in the capital, approached them soon enough. They had informed them that it would take a while before the roadblock would be cleared, and if they fancied a bit of a stretch, to take a walk and take in some fresh air. She heard her friends Fal and Luna saying they would not wander off too far. Well, at least that was what Fal decided to do. Luna continued to watch the men slowly remove the fallen tree to clear the way. Air herself had contemplated just staying inside the carriage, since there was no point wandering off. She could spend the waiting time on trying to come to grasp the strange dream she had. At least that was what crossed her mind, until she felt someone or something calling to her. It was a very faint whisper. Had she been less aware, it might have just slipped past her. But there was an odd compulsion of sorts that continued to beckon. It was coming from the forest of all places. She was hesitant, as there was no certainty as to what lurked in the forest. Air could not rule out the possibility that there were danger beasts in there that would waste no time to take her down and consume her given the chance. Even though she was hesitant, the beckoning strengthened. It had become so strong, she had no choice but to act on her growing compulsion. At that, she left the group and the carriage much like Fal did, and moved to the source of what was calling out to her. As she moved deeper into the forest, she could have sworn she started to hear whispers at the back of her head. It was faint at first, but as she continued to walk, they had become louder and clearer. She could not understand what the whispers meant, as they seemed like an unknown language to her. Soon the whispers became loud, so loud that she started to feel discomfort. Upon reaching a peak in its volume, the whispers suddenly stopped. Air became confused as to the abruptness of the silence, but suppressed said emotion when she had a look at where exactly she was. Trees, rocks, grass, leaves, nothing seemed out of the place. The beckoning seemed to have stopped here. Her compulsion stopped here. Air released a mildly exasperated sigh at that. Had she been imagining things? Just as she was about to turn back, her eye caught a very faint gleam amongst the leaves and grass. It was a faint gold, shining under the sunlight. Air decided to approach it and get a better view of what exactly it was. When she did reach close enough, it was clear to her what was on the ground. It was a ring. A plain gold ring. What was this simple band of gold doing here? In the middle of a forest was beyond her. But she did reach out and grab hold of it. The moment she did, She felt a strange sensation ran through her body, a bit like a flare. But said sensation lasted for only a heartbeat, and before she could truly appreciate it, she had the ring in her open palm. Her impressions of it? Well, it was a plain and simple ring, as she had suspected, but despite that, it seemed to have a rather simplistic beauty to it. The gold ring was unblemished, smooth and comfortably warm in her palm, despite the rather chilly day. It was the type of warmth she felt when in front of a fireplace in the peak of winter. It certainly did not help ease her confusions as to how this small piece of jewelry could give her such a strong feeling. Above all, though, as she continued to eye the ring, she felt a large sense of familiarity, longing and relief. It was as if what was in front of her was something she felt she had lost for a very long time. Lost for so long that she had contemplated giving up on searching, only having it materialize in front of her again. Air had considered putting the ring on there and then, but she heard Luna's voice calling out to her. Possibly they were about to start moving again. She must have been away for quite some time, as she herself was unaware of how much time she had spent there. She put the ring into her side pocket before she returned to the group to continue the trip to the capital. She had thought of telling her friends about her discovery. After all, they did go through thick and thin together. Yet in the end she chose not to. She was merely glad to have found something so precious to her. And a short break. Oh. Welcome, Nambo. Thank you for the raids. Luckily, I haven't continued. You Lucas been keeping track so far? Have you been keeping track so far? If you have been keeping track so far, I'm going to continue. I guess, kinda. This is fanfiction to you, Lucas. I was the type who was very serious writing fanfiction. Very, very serious. So I'm not surprised if some of you all are not, well, there's a lot of words. I'm going to say that is a lot of words, but let's continue. We will just do one chapter. One chapter. So, the scene changed. And now, a little bit of a fast forward in time. Air's first impression of their master Bach was that he was much younger than expected, and that outwardly he seemed friendly enough. The moment they left the carriage, he had greeted them with a disarming smile that aimed to loosen a person's guard. He was rather soft-spoken for a man, and was able to break the ice between them quite quickly. That being said, she could not help but remain cautious with him. Indeed, he smiled often, but she noticed that his smile never seemed to reach his eyes. His eyes seemed rather unfeeling and cold. To many others, even her friends, the subtleties of Bach's demeanor would have been minute, and for all intents and purposes, they indeed had not noticed them. But here she was, finding said subtleties almost clear as day. Simple things, along the rather obvious fixed smile, was the dismissive and vague answers to their questions as to what their task would be as their servants per se. She also idly noticed that she had spoken to the guards whom escorted them to the capital, and some disturbingly knowing smirks seemed to adorn their features. Once again, Air started to question herself. What had made her suddenly so cautious towards a person she had just met? She had never been one to have trust issues. In fact, it was rather the opposite. Her friends tend to say that she had been naive and too trusting of people she meets. It had always been Luna whom was the most cautious of the three of them, but the one who asked the most questions. But now it seemed she was buying into Bach's ad quite soundly. This growing caution merely reached greater intensity when they had finally reached a bazaar district, and Bach giving them allowance for which they could spend on purchasing better clothing. His explanation on the unexpected gesture of kindness was that he did not want his employees to appear rural-looking. Fine, even Luna seemed to accept that gesture quite readily, but Air seemed to question it further. She did not let her reservation show, however, as she expressed her appreciation as sincerely as she could. Park seemed to buy into the at that moment, evidenced by his lack of notice, which once again only she could see. Air had been shocked. She had never lied before, and to do it so effortlessly. Time seemed to pass as she and her friends explored the bazaar, following the request of their master. It seemed the man did not notice anything off with her behavior, despite dedicating a significant amount of her attention and caution towards worrying. She did idly reach her hand into her pocket, where the ring she found was currently residing. The warmth radiating from the jewelry had not lessened in intensity. Beneath her naive and upbeat facade, she admitted she was getting increasingly nervous and, dare she say, paranoid. She was afraid of the sudden change in her mindset, but she knew one way or another it had something to do with the dream she had in the carriage, and to an extent that plain gold ring she was grasping in her pocket. Whispers seemed to return the moment she held the ring, but it did not seem to bother her as much as she thought it would. The language remained one which seemed so foreign and terrible at the same time, but she had started to understand what was spoken. Yearning. That was what she could understand from it. It remained in that language which, by all means, should be completely indecipherable for one such as her. Yet she could clearly understand what the whisper meant. Before she could listen to the whispers further, she felt Fowl calling out to her, saying that they were done shopping and that Bach was taking them to a coffee shop for what she assumed was lunch. Air's reservation remained strong as she followed her friends. The whispers seemed to quiet down as she diverted her attention back at walking. Another. This is my new hate canon. Potassium. What? I don't get it. What are you talking about, Lucas? I'm taking about a few seconds of break before we continue to the next scene.
Water in the fire. Why?
Alright, let me just close. I'm going to drink something to catch my throat. Done. Alright. Let us move on. Let us move on to the next scene. It's going to start getting very dark, Lucas. It is going to get a little dark, not gonna lie. But I am a fan of catharsis, and you will not suffer. Next scene. Much like before, nothing seemed out of place. There was food on the table, and her friends had been enjoying their meals, talking to each other and Bach in a light and cheerful manner. Truly, it was a situation that was disarming, inviting. Air knew that it was aimed at truly placing them in a comfort zone, getting them to feel happy or contented. She could not, however, come to feel any of that. She wanted to tell herself to stop overthinking, but there was an almost subconscious compulsion to remain doubtful, to remain on guard. She felt her worries would be well founded. It was only a matter of time. Let's get on with the main course, shall we? Bart remarked, before a group of men in suits appeared behind their supposed master. She could see in their eyes, their expressions, and even the aura that radiated from them. There was malice. It came in spades, and it seemed like she was the only one who could feel it as men appeared behind them and held on to their arms to prevent them from moving. Fall and Luna remained shocked and confused as to the situation. She was not frightened, but she was so tempted to allow herself to reach a state of panic, to cave into this unfortunate event. The dark whispers returned. When it had been faint before, it was now loud enough to almost block out whatever Bach and a few other men were saying. The whispers seemed to suppress her sense of panic, numbing her feelings quite noticeably, or rather tranquilized her. Idly, she did notice that Fowl attempted to fight back, but to no success as the man landed a punch to her gut. That was not her concern, as all she could focus on were the whispers which now sounded like chanting, in a dark speech that she surprisingly could understand. Yearning to return to its master. What was yearning to return? Who was this master the whisper spoke of? Fowl let out a pain-filled scream as one of the men in suits had broken her leg in an exceedingly violent manner, as per the request from what Bach called an enthusiast. Once again, Air did not seem to react much to the situation at hand, as she remained in her slightly trance-like state. Now I fancy those eyes of hers, Mr. Bach, would you mind? The voice coming from an old man with an almost sickly visage spoke. Bach then turned his attention to Luna and directed one of his henchmen to deal with her eyes. Had Air been more focused, she would have heard her friend beg them not to do it, but undoubtedly it would fall on deaf ears. Luna begged, but the man continued to approach her, a large screwdriver of sorts in hand as he raised it to her eye. Luna begged louder, but soon only the sound of blood spurting could be heard, and another pain-filled scream filled the air. All this tuned out from Air's ears, yearning to return to its master. Hey, Buck, the last girl. I want to give her to my sonny boy, all right? A man whom slightly resembled a dog in his facial features spoke. Buck seemed to sigh slightly and complained something along the lines of, "Even though I bought her, what a waste." She felt the presence of a few men approaching her. Their arms seemed to reach for her clothing, as the unusual man brought out a black dog. "I want to introduce you to my sonny boy. I love him as much as he was me own flesh and blood he is." She idly heard the man spoke. "The One Ring." The man continued to ramble about how his sonny boy was in heat and that he needed proper venting. Soon enough, however, he seemed to notice her lack of attention and this made the man growl slightly. Listen the fuck up when your betters are talking to you. She felt a harsh punch to her face, courtesy of one of her henchmen. Her attention briefly returned to reality, and the first thing she saw was the annoyed face of the dog's owner, and Buck's calm, cold smile. I understand that this might come as a great shock to you. But fear not, nothing on you will be broken. At most, you will merely be losing your dignity as a human being. Buck spoke. His smile remained placid on his face, that smug, condescending and belittling smile. Why would you do this? Air asked, voice a soft whisper. Because that is where the money is. You country dwellers are so dispensable after all, was Buck's response, yet once again she felt her focus being drained. The One Ring yearns to return to its master. Just as she was forced to pay attention to her captors through that punch, her attention returned to the chanting, which now seemed to reach its loudest crescendo, and what she heard seemed to make the world around her pause. The One Ring has returned to its master. At that very moment, Air seemed to lose all sense of thought and reacted on instinct alone. She reared her head back harshly towards her restrainer's face, as she could hear the faint crack of a possible broken nose. The grip on her arms loosened slightly as she broke free from her captors and reached into her pocket to pull out the plain gold ring. Buck raised his eyebrow slight. The smile remained on his face, which was now akin to a condescending amusement, possibly contemplating on the futility of her struggle. What is the point, Air? You know then there's no way for you to escape this, don't you? My, it seems that you might have to be broken in some way on top of your current responsibilities. But that's a rather nice band of gold you have there. Too bad it's so exceedingly plain to be of any interest to me. If you intend to bargain yourself for it, Buck remarked. As he said, a few men started to approach her as she stared at the ring. Put on the ring. Such a simple advice. Her mind registered the command, and in moments the plain gold ring was firmly adorned to her right ring finger. The world as she witnessed suddenly changed dramatically. Everything seemed dark, distorted, and filled with a mist-like atmosphere. It was to this sight where Air momentarily regained from her trance-like state, and finally able to fully appreciate the danger that faced her. But it seemed that danger was put on hold. The men whom were approaching her in an attempt to restrain her stopped dead in their tracks, confusion marring their expressions. Buck and the group of enthusiasts included, it soon became apparent that they could not see her and started to look around. She had contemplated escaping right there and then, but she knew that her friends were still there and possibly maimed and crippled for the rest of their lives. Her attention returned to the ring on her finger, as she was surprised with what she had seen. What used to be plain, unblemished gold started to form fiery etchings, written in a script that once again seemed ancient and by all means unrecognizable. Much like before the whispers, she understood what was written on it as she read it aloud, in the same language she had heard in the whispers, completely ignoring everything else around her. One ring to rule them all, one ring to find them, one ring to bring them all and in darkness bind them. As the words echoed in her head, she felt something within her breaking out, almost as if unchained. Indeed, something within her seemed to awake from its slumber, something in the deep, dark recesses of her mind and spirit that she would have never thought existed. With it came emotions that she felt in her dreams: anger, hatred, apathy, loathing. This filth. They believe they were masters of pain, suffering, and horror, that they are masters of domination. They think they will break the will of one that was unbreakable. They will experience those things firsthand. The strange, mist-like atmosphere completely disappeared, and it seemed that the people around her have registered her presence again. Air would not have noticed that her eyes seemed to change. Her lavender iris started to burn a fiery red, akin to an inferno. Her pupils morphed into a dark, almost demonic slit. Her expressions changed from a frightening young girl into a cold, tranquil visage of a vengeful spirit. Those around her, however, would come to notice all of that. Oh my god. Zara, you're back! Oh my god! Zara, I haven't seen you in a long time. How are you? Half a year. You catch my breath. You catch my breath. That was a very long talk. Oh, you better now.
Water in the fire. Why?
Anyway, let's continue. Oh boy. Let's continue, lurkers, let's continue. Hopefully we can finish this in reasonable time. To think of all the people who seemed to carry a tegu with them, it was this insignificant country girl. He had thought that this was going to be another simple run for his usual clients. But it seemed that this turned out to be of a much greater inconvenience and annoyance. Adding to the annoyance was that this tegu seemed to turn this girl invisible. She could be anywhere at this point, though he was rather confident that she was not keen on leaving her two friends behind. A smirk formed on his face. He could work with this. With quick orders, Bach orders his henchmen to grab hold of the two main girls and had them place weapons close to their jugulars, a universal sign of hostage-taking. I'm quite surprised that you got your hands on a tegu, Air. Perhaps I've been too quick to dismiss the uses of such a fine item. Tell you what, I can make a deal. You can hand me that ring, and in return, I'll set you and your friends free. Fair enough? But noticed the disapproving looks of the enthusiasts, which he then subtly motioned not to worry. If you don't agree to this deal, however, well, let's just say that your friends might be in a much worse state than they are now. Much worse, if I say so myself. He had no intention of honoring this deal. It was so simple to exploit rural folk that it seemed almost disgusting. Now he just needed to wait for the conflicting thoughts of a naive country girl, and soon enough she will make herself visible, saying that she would give him the tegu in exchange for her friends. Then the show can go on. He did not need to wait too long. In fact, it occurred just as soon as the thought ran through his mind. Quite suddenly, the girl in lavender-colored clothing became visible again. He idly noted that she no longer had her hat on her, and her eyes were covered by her lavender-colored bangs. Both her hands were clenched over each other, likely holding the ring within it. One of Bach's men did not need to wait further as he grabbed hold of the girl as she appeared, tackling her to the ground and holding on to both her arms before she could do anything else with that inconvenient tegu. Go get the ring and give it to me. We'll then continue on from where we left off. Bach casually ordered the person who had his grip on the girl, to which she nodded and proceeded to force open her clenched hands. All this time as that happened, his smirk remained, and it seems the enthusiast who paid for her was getting excited again. What about the deal? Bach heard the girl ask, but her voice was barely an audible whisper. He heard it all the same, and could not help but destroy the girl's hopes again by chuckling. You really think I will let go of this opportunity for your sake? A stupid country girl? Not surprising, since you would become a dog's plaything. You wouldn't need brains for what you end up being, dear heir. Bach ruthlessly spoke, intending to mentally break her as much as possible. It was no good to have a product with too strong a will after all. He could then hear a masculine chuckle that did not come from him. At first he thought it was from one of the enthusiasts, but he looked back. None of them spoke or made any noise. They looked back at him with equally questioning looks. His eyes diverted back to the girl on the ground, still struggling with his henchman who was prying open her hands. It seemed he is struggling. Either he was weak, which was unlikely, or the girl had a vice-like grip holding on to the tegu. Now that he noticed, the chuckle came from them. It sounded guttural, almost inhuman. The henchman finally pried open the girl's grip, but to his and Bach's surprise, the ring was not in her palms. It was still stuck firmly to her ring finger, though with a huge difference. The henchman could see that the ring was no longer its plain gold appearance. He saw the burning etchings on it, of writing that he did not understand. The chuckle ended soon after, and everyone in the room heard a voice that sounded like guttural murmurs, but resonated loudly throughout the building. You think mastery over deception and lies are solely yours to exploit, boy? Bach's mouth fell, and a frown reached his face, as he realized this calm, inhuman voice came from the girl on the ground. And you think that all of you here are masters over pain, horror, domination? Filth like you dare lay hands on me so callously? The henchman restraining the girl on the floor definitely noticed the girl's lips moving. The movement on her lips were definitely in sync with what was uttered by their foreboding voice. With every word, he could not help but develop a sense of dread that was slowly building up. Just pull the ring out. It must be the effect of the tegu. Bach yelled. The henchman obliged and grabbed hold of the ring stuck to her finger and pulled. In his growing sense of fear as an aura seemed to envelop him, he seemed to pull with excessive force that could be strong enough to dislocate the arm of a small-framed girl like her. Yet the ring would not budge. The henchman, being at the center of the now spreading aura, seemed to get increasingly overwhelmed by the denseness of the fiery-like darkness. His apprehension now became fear, and fear became terror. I sense apprehension growing in this one. and from everyone here. Is fear starting to creep into your rotten, insignificant, mortal hearts? The girl spoke again, the unearthly voice conveying mild amusement. Only to receive a punch from the man on top of her, his face almost manic. "Shut the fuck up, you little bitch," the henchman shouted out, attempting to either knock her out or shut her up. Buck and the rest were starting to feel fear entering their being. By all means, they should not be fearing the girl, but they just did. The oppressive presence that exuded from her became more overwhelming with each passing second. Okay, I need to take a short break. Oh my goodness. Oh boy, I need to take a short break. Out of breath. Okay, let's continue. I grow weary. The henchman restraining her saw her head turning to him. Had she yet to see her eyes for the banks of hair covered them? He had yet to see her eyes for the banks of hair covered them. A slow smile crept onto the girl's face. It is the right time for me to personally be rid of such filth from my presence, starting with you, whom so foolishly lay such unclean hands on me. She looked up to the henchman, and he had a clear view of her eyes. At that very moment his face morphed into one of terror, his skin paling at what he had seen. His eyes met burning orbs of flames with demonic slitted pupils as black as the void. The moment those hellish eyes met his, he could feel his mind being invaded with horrors unimaginable. Visions of torture, degradation, and slow deaths flooded his mind. Such horrors made him scream with terror unrestrained. Buck had been stunned by the sudden reaction by his henchmen. So were the rest in the building. Both Luna and Fowl snapped out of their pained stupor and focused in on the turn of events with what little consciousness they had. As the henchman screamed, his arms now grasping his head in pain and terror, Ayer's smile turned into a smirk. A cold smirk that spoke of cruelty and malice. With an unseen force, the man was launched from the girl, his body hitting the brick wall with such strength that the wall crumbled. Buck and the rest snapped to where the man was launched towards, only to grow the exceedingly rare feeling of being sickened, as the unseen force was now pressing his body, rapidly flattening him as blood and guts continued to spurt out from him. It did not take long till all that was left was flattened gore that was once Buck's henchman. Buck turned back, and he witnessed the unseen force gently bringing her up to a stand. He could now see what had driven his employee to such terror as he witnessed the country girl's hellish orbs. He also bore witness to that smile on her face, one that spoke of malice that neither he nor any person here could even light a candle on. "Take her down. I don't care if you kill her," Buck yelled to his remaining employees, whom now brought out their weapons. Most were melee weapons, ranging from knives and swords, and some were armed with guns. The two whom held on to Fowl and Luna also dropped them to the ground to join the fight. Just as they got ready, Buck and the enthusiasts started to witness something that raised their already heightened sense of fear. The girl's aura started to manifest visually. Hellfire started to gather behind her and started to form a silhouette which slowly morphed into a figure that was close to 9 feet tall. A fiery visage of an armored behemoth formed, hovering behind the girl slightly. All witnesses could see the being behind her adorned a black A coal-black spiked armor that was both terrible and beautiful in the most twisted sense. Its head was adorned with a helm that was a mix between a mask and a crown. Completing the hellish visage was the manifestation of a huge black mace in its left hand. To those who witnessed the figure, it seemed like a knight from hell had manifested behind the girl almost protectively, much like a guardian spirit. Despite what they had witnessed, they still felt some comfort in numbers. As the men charged towards the girl and the manifestation, they had believed if they killed her, the horror would stop. Oh my god, I need to catch my breath a bit. I need to catch my breath just a little bit. Iago Mage, I am glad you understood that reference. As they approached her, Buck witnessed the behemoth raise its mace arm preparing for a strike. In moments, the seemingly ethereal weapon connected with one of his henchmen's swords, and he was met with a grim sight. The mace smashed through the weapon as if it were mere cotton and proceeded to land on the man's face. Said man's head was shattered in a burst of gore as terrifying as the flattened man before. The force behind the strike had been so powerful that the rest of the man's body whereby the mace had not struck was crushed, and finally his body being forced back with the force of an explosion. The force had also affected others close by to equally frightening results. 4 of the men close by were also forced back with equal amounts of strength and equally violently. Buck listened to the telltale sounds of bones breaking and blood spurting as those men were launched through the partially destroyed brick wall. The henchmen, armed with guns, decided now was the best time to unload on the being that so easily dispatched multiple men in one swoop. They unloaded their rounds on the girl, but merely witnessed the futility of doing so as the bullets disintegrated before it could even reach their target. Before they could take time to realize such futility, they felt the control over their hands being taken from them, and more specifically, the arms which held their weapons. Before they were completely conscious of the fact, their guns were now pointed to their temples. In a moment, multiple synchronized shots were heard, and the last 3 henchmen were dead, killed by their own weapons. All 9 of Buck's henchmen were killed off, and 5 were from one blow, the last 3 from mere compulsion of an unseen force. Buck, despite his growing terror beneath his shocked visage, could not find the strength to run. It was the most logical thing to do. Anywhere was better than lingering with this thing in the same building as them. The sheer presence was sufficient to freeze him in fear. The other enthusiasts seemed to have a stronger sense of fear. In their terror, they did muster the needed strength to start running. Ran they did, as a few started sprinting to the... Pause. Thank you, Anon, for the $1. I appreciate every cent. Where were we? Ran they did as a few started sprinting to the doors and the hole through the building. At least that was what they had planned to do until a semi-corporeal barrier radiating in a sickly green energy materialized around them. essentially preventing anyone from moving past it. One of them tried, and the moment his hands touched the barrier, his hands burned and it spread to the rest of his body in a near instant. Green flames burned him with such intensity that it had only taken seconds for him to be reduced to ash. The rest were then smart enough to not approach the green flame-like barrier for fear of the same fate. Though they would realize in hindsight that their fate would not have been any better right now, if they had the privilege of time to contemplate on it. Each of the enthusiasts felt a strong, intangible force lifting them up by the neck. The feeling of being choked was so strong that they felt the air leaving them. It was, however, not drastic enough as to completely deprive them of breathing. It was then a blinding, terrible pain erupted in their heads, the feeling akin to lightning or to 1,000 needles striking their brains. The pain was enough to cause a few of them to scream. Their ears as well as their eyes bled as the pain intensified. In a few seconds that likely would have felt like hours, the heads of the surviving enthusiasts exploded in gore. With them dead, the force holding on to them left, and their bodies fell to the ground. It ended just as quickly as it started. Every single henchman and bias were dead, killed in the most horrific manners imaginable. The only survivors had been Fal, Luna, and the master, Bach. The man in question had been in a state of horror. He had been sweating profusely, his pupils dilated in horror over what he had witnessed. His fear was well-founded. As soon as the last body fell to the ground, the girl's attention had slowly affixed on him. She turned her head towards him in a slow, almost relaxed manner. He could see the expression she wore on her face. At that moment she could not see the face of an innocent, naive country girl, but rather the visage of a ruthless and powerful, godlike being. There was no mercy. There was no compassion within her fiery orbs, and there was definitely no lack of confidence and arrogance through the victorious smirk she had on her. She moved towards him, an almost casual stride. The fiery form of the behemoth behind her slowly dissipated as she approached him, and the sickly green barrier that blocked the exits to the building did the same as well. Did that mean he might get a chance to escape? Please, listen to me, Air. I was only following orders. All that I have done was of no decision of mine. At that, Buck unbuttoned his shirt as he started talking. Spark of curiosity formed on this girl's expression, but her smirk remained firmly planted on her face. "Oh," was her simple response. The guttural and demonic voice had been gone. Returning was the girl's more natural one. That meant she was willing to hear him out, did it? Yes, there was a reason that I attempted to do what I did. I was a slave. My mother sold me into this. What I do now, I have done to survive over the years, he cried out, hoping to mitigate the bleak situation he was in. That, however, did nothing. Her terrible smirk did not leave as she continued to approach him. "And this should affect me. Why?" the girl responded. Her response to what he said further cemented the worthlessness of his statement. He needed to do something else. If you show me mercy, if you let me go, I'll give you all my money, my possessions, everything I owned to you. I am willing to be a slave again. I will be your servant. I will do anything you wish," he suggested in panic. That seemed to have caught her interest as she paused for a brief moment, as if contemplating this offer. Buck noticed that her hellish orbs continued to eye him with frightening intensity. They were calculative. He had an inkling that many thoughts ran through her head. "Anything you say," she responded after that brief pause. "Yes, I am completely at your disposal. All I ask is for you to spare me," Buck responded almost instantly. Air smirked, morphed into a grin at what he said. "Well, I'll hold you on to that then, Mr. Buck." She spoke in a disturbingly cheerful manner. The hellish, slitted orbs had completely disappeared, leaving her lavender-colored eyes visible again. Despite the disturbing nature of her reaction, the fact that it seemed possible for him to escape a painful death had brought a semblance of relief. Perhaps she had deactivated her Tegu. The girl now continued to approach him, and in time she had been mere arm's reach from him. She raised her hand towards him, perhaps an invitation to pull him from his position on the floor. At this point, he was presented with a golden opportunity. Since the girl's Tegu was deactivated, and he had kept a dagger in his person for self-defense, perhaps it was very much possible for him to take it out and stab her in the heart. To think that the country girl remained so gullible, well, it suited his purposes. With his hand discreetly holding on to the knife in his pocket, his left hand grabbed onto Air's offered hand. At that, she started to pull him up with surprisingly good strength behind it. Not that it mattered, since he was confident that it would be the last thing this country girl would ever do. As he rose up, he pulled the dagger from his pocket and without delay shoved it into the girl's chest, where the heart is. He smirked victoriously at the successful act, completely overlooking the fact that Air's expression did not change ever for one moment. He laughed. "How naive are you, dumb girl? You have just given me an opportunity to end your miserable life," he exclaimed. He expected a look of shock and pain from the dumb country girl and her subsequent collapse, yet none of that happened. She merely stood there. She was eyeing the dagger lodged into her heart almost inquisitively. When nothing else happened in a few seconds, Buck felt panic and fear building up in him again. As the girl looked back at him, she wore a smile, a cruel smile that spoke of horrors that he would not dream to know of. He felt his body constricted, paralyzed by some unknown force. The oppressive aura that permeated the building before returned, and the demonic eyes bled back into the girl. Air pulled the dagger from her chest, and the moment it was completely dislodged, the wound on her chest healed in an instant. "Quite the scoundrel, aren't you, Mr. Buck?" Air finally spoke as she waved the knife in front of his face. "I had expected you to do something along these lines. Had to give you an excuse to provide me with this." Air's attention returned to the dagger. She touched the blade on the ring she adored, and ran the flat side of the blade on the ring's surface. As she did, Buck heard her whispering a chant in an otherworldly, terrible language. Buck watched in morbid fascination as the once silver-colored blade of the dagger started to glow a faint, sickly green hue. With that strange deed done, she turned back towards him. "You say that you were completely at my disposal in exchange for letting you go, did you not?" This surprised Buck. Had she considered letting him go still? "Yes. I'm sorry, please. I'll do anything. That is a promise. I will not renege," he shouted out. His head not affected by the unnatural paralysis. Had the girl's smile been cruel before? Oh, pause. My #1 Banty raffle entry. Thank you for the $1 dono. What a funny name. continue. I will not renege, yes. Had the girl's smile been cruel before, no words could describe the sheer melody expression she held at the very moment. Good, was her simple response. Buck could feel pain like no other as the girl stabbed him on his upper thigh with the now glowing dagger. She then promptly removed it, as he could see blood slowly spurting out from his wound. The color of the blood had been a sickly black. Suddenly, the paralysis on his body left him, and he had been given back his motor functions. Buck saw Air stepping back from him. She wore an arrogant smirk on her face, and once again the demonic orbs were gone. That is all I need from you, Buck. Now off you go. Savor your pathetic little life. He heard Air speaking almost casually. She made a shooing motion with her hand. That was it. A stab in his leg was all she wanted. He was free to go. Well, he's not going to complain. It's best to leave now and report to the Capitol Guards about this girl. They will set her straight, no doubt. Buck limped out of the building, idly noticing that the pain in his legs seemed to intensify with each passing minute. Oh my god, I can't believe I wrote such a long chapter. I cannot believe I wrote such a long chapter. Oh, pardon me, I'm gonna eat something. Well, it's nice to read, but it's tiring to read out. Think about it this way. It's a pleasant read, but it is very hard to read out, to speak everything out. There you go. Let's continue. Air's attention returned to the dagger after that pathetic excuse for a human had been gone. The glowing green blade soon disintegrating, leaving a mere hilt. At least that pathetic human soul can be put to great use when the need arises, Air thought to herself. Air, are you there? Her attention shifted to the voice. Oh yes. It had been Luna's voice. Her voice sounded in pain. Yet she could hear concern. Concern for her. She felt such a sentiment to be pointless. The pathetic blind girl should just worry about her own issue. Or she could at the very least, be unconscious as that lame girl fall. This was of no concern to her. There was no value in mending them. If anything, it was a favor in itself to end their lives at this very moment. But there was a thought that only resonated in part of her. There was another thought that spoke to her. That voice, more passionate. A part of Air reminded herself that Luna and Fowl had been her friends. They had spent many good years together. It just wasn't right to leave them for dead, or to a miserable existence if she could help it. In fact, she knew that she was capable of helping them. It was in no effort on her part. She needed to only decide to do so. Her mind was now in conflict, apathy and compassion raging within her, two distinct personalities waging war. Both were part of her yet distinct, although the one that represented her darker thoughts, though once was weak and barely a whisper, had now become a strong aspect of her spirit. She did not see any reason to help Fowl or Luna, but she wanted to help. She wanted to help them, yet loath to do it at the same time. Upon about a minute of internal struggles, it seems that both parts of her had finally come to a compromise. Her compassionate persona had agreed to surrender most of its hold over to the darkness that formed within her, and would ensure that Fal and Luna would cease to remember her, nor be aware of her existence. In return, it had to agree to help Fal and Luna, a last act of kindness towards her dear friends. Air, are you there? Luna continued to call out. Air took this opportunity to approach her friend. I'm here, Luna. It's fine. No one will hurt you or Fal any longer, she reassured her friend. She noticed a small smile graced Luna's face, yet it had been a sad smile. They are gone, Air. My eyes are gone, Luna said. She could hear her friend's voice breaking. It had been obvious that despair had been growing. Once again, a part of her felt sorrow for her friends, whilst another part of her had been completely apathetic to her plight. Though she had made her decision, backing down would not be a consideration. Air placed a finger towards Luna's lips to shush her. Don't worry, Luna. This is all a nightmare. Sleep, and you will realize that none of this are real. You are not blind. Fal is not maimed. Air gently beckoned Luna to a slumber, using the magic that she had gained to speed up the process. It did not take long for Luna's sobs to die down and for silence to take over. With both Luna and Fal unconscious, she could now do what must be done. Air started to sing. It was a song in a language that had been ancient, but was not as terrible or ominous as the voice in her head before she wore the ring. The language was much more beautiful, almost soothing. She should not know what the language is, let alone being able to sing it in said language. But she did, and it did not surprise nor shock her. The ring had given her knowledge she did not know she had held. She knew that the language was called Quenya. As she continued to sing, the permanent injuries Luna and Fal suffered started to mend themselves. Luna's eyes started to regenerate and mend, while Fal's broken leg started to correct itself. The song lasted for a few minutes, and by the end of it, the fatal wounds on both her friends had been fully healed, almost as if they were never there. The deed was done, and all that was left was to clear the two's memories of hers. That was simple enough. Air felt a tear falling as she became aware that this would be the last time she might ever see both her friends. Friends she grew up knowing. Luna, Fal. Goodbye, live well, Air whispered. Her tears seemed to start flowing as she started to sob softly. The apathy and indifference she had held before had been gone. She allowed the emotions of sadness to encompass her entirely. She would miss them for sure, and deep down she had hoped she would get the chance to meet the two friends she had grown up with. For at this very moment, all she had been was a country girl named Air. You are not missing a lot, Zero. I am just reading a fanfiction. My fanfiction. So don't mind it. Luna let out a gasp as she suddenly regained consciousness from what she had thought to be a very deep sleep, and what she had hoped to be a very horrifying nightmare that involved her being blinded. She had been hyperventilating as she woke up from the dream and slowly allowed herself to calm down. She noticed that she could still see. Perhaps it was indeed a nightmare after all. Luna breathed a sigh of relief upon knowing that, though she did not have time to bask in the relief as she noticed a groan resounded next to her. She shifted her attention towards the source of the groan. It was Fal, and she seemed to have also recently awoken from a slumber. Luna then noticed that they were still in a carriage. Oh yes, they were being sold to a master in the capital so that their village could receive money. Damn it, Luna, what's with the loud noises? She heard Fao ask her. I'm sorry, I just had a bad dream. It was so bad it kinda snapped me up. She apologized to her friend. Fao gave her a mildly concerning look. Really? What was it about? She felt slightly hesitant about telling her friend what she dreamt about, but in the end she still told her. She told Fao about the master they were sold to, his subsequent actions, and ultimately the terrible experience of being maimed. It had felt far too real for her, and it was something she really did not want to ever experience in real life. Fao's eyes widened at what she heard. That's really weird. I had a dream too, almost the same as you had, except I ended up losing my leg. At that, both friends spent a minute or so in an almost melancholic silence. That was until Fao decided to break it. Well, either way, it was just a dream. You didn't lose your eye, I didn't lose my leg, so it's all fine. Fao attempted to cheer Luna up, which seemed to have done the trick as Luna gave her a small smile in return. They supposed their life would not be as bad as that. Perhaps she just had to await what the future had in store for them. Though they could not help but think that something or someone was missing. Perhaps it was nothing. Come to think of it, why are they still in the carriage? Hey driver, where are we? Fao called out to the person manning the carriage. There was a brief pause before they received their response. Don't you lads remember? You were returned. You're being returned to your village. How could you forget something about that? The driver's voice seemed surprised, almost incredulous. But if anything, Fao and Luna were the ones who were shocked. They could not remember. Hold on. We didn't even see our master. How could we be returned? Fao asked, voice louder this time. Actually, you did see the mistress. She had a look at you. Too young, she said. Too uncivilized. Not the servant she's needing. Must be in quite a trance, you two were. But it's not every day you're almost traded as slaves. Confusion marred Fao and Luna's face for a while, but it soon replaced with panic and apprehension. If their mistress had no interest in them, did that mean she would ask for her funding back? Did that mean their village would be required to? But don't be worrying, lass. The mistress knew she was taking a gamble in finding servants. She is willing to part with the money she gave to your village. Consider it part of her generosity. The driver interrupted their thoughts. This statement caught them by surprise, but also fueled their confusion. How did you know? Luna asked. The driver chuckled at the question. Pretty fucking obvious. You would be wondering about that. Nothing in this world is free, especially money. Consider yourself lucky then that this mistress viewed it as a gamble. Luna and Fao were given the time to mull over what they had heard. What they had heard bewildered them. It almost seems like a very strange miracle. Both friends looked at each other blankly for a few seconds. No words were traded, with the noise merely being the movements of the carriage. Fao decided to break it after a few seconds. So, that really happened? I guess so, Luna responded, her voice uncertain. You sure this ain't a dream? Luna said nothing, but before the blonde could ask the question again, her friend proceeded to pinch her hard on the cheek. She cried out, more out of surprise than pain. Hey, what the hell, Luna? Fao exclaimed. Well, that answered your question, didn't it? Luna replied simply. Fao took a second to think over her statement before her anger dissipated at realizing what her friend had just assisted in proving. Yeah, it did. This was indeed no dream, the two friends had realized. In fact, whatever they had learned might as well have been nothing short of a miracle. Whoever this mistress was, despite not being able to remember, had been generous enough to allow their village to keep pause. Thank you, Anon, for the $10. Oh, Even though they had not given a chance to stay at the capital, what they had essentially been gifted had been much more valuable than what they had foregone. Fa and Luna never lost their smiles throughout the journey back to their village in the countryside. In one of the many outdoor tea houses, Air sat at one of the many vacant tables, eyeing the carriage as it briskly approached the gates up to the capital city. She watched as the carriage left the capital through said front gates. Both her friends would be returning to their home. She could not help but feel a sense of longing, knowing that she might not be able to step foot on her home for the foreseeable future. Rather, it had once been her home, she had to remind herself. It had either been some strange twist of fate or the work of some higher being that she had yet to be aware of. She no longer belonged with her friends, no longer belonged with the village where she grew up. It seemed obvious by now. She was now alone, and as of yet, Air had no idea what she would do with this newfound lack of purpose. Had she been given any free will or choice in this, she would very much not want to live in such a way. She would have wanted to be in that carriage with Luna and Fall. Though deep down she knew, had it not been for this unexpected fate of hers, she would have been a victim of Buck's ploy. She would have suffered a fate that would have been infinitely worse off than what she was facing now. In that regard, she knew she had no right to choose. The situation that had resulted in such conflict within her soul had been the situation that had saved her from a possible lifetime of pain, suffering, and degradation. She felt longing for her friends, yes, but at least that was what only a mere part of her wanted to acknowledge. The part of her that decided to strike a compromise just to save them. Another part of her had to acknowledge the stupidity of such a desire that yielded no tangible benefits if achieved. That part of her instead yearned for something very different, something that transcended mere emotion, mere short-sighted mortal desires. When the carriage had been long gone from the capital, Air proceeded to eye the gold ring that was firmly attached to her ring finger. As if acknowledging her attention towards it, the ring started to glow faintly, its ancient runes faintly visible. As her eyes gazed upon the ancient marking, she could feel the sense of longing and pain started to dissipate. The strong feelings of loneliness and melancholy started to erode rapidly until all that was left was apathy. Replacing the void had been feelings that once again she as Air would never have thought were capable of. Yet all of it felt right. All of it felt natural to her. As her gaze on the ring intensified, she could hear faint whispers at the back of her head, speaking the same dark language she had heard when she first found the ring. With each dark word resonating in her head, memories started to pour into her mind. Memories not of her own, but yet were part of her. Memories of a time long gone when people would fear the name she had once held, where even the mere mention of it would bring about terrible curses. Memories of how close she was towards reaching her goal. Memories of how she had failed. An aching pain from that memory resurfaced as she knew that her downfall had been of her own actions. She had hubris, far more than any person had back then, and this hubris made her careless, negligent, and it had ultimately led to her near death. It was a mistake that humbled her. It was a mistake that she would not doom herself to repeat. Cravings and ambition started to build up within her. She desired power. She desired to rule. How much she craved for it that the sheer thought of it had rendered her restless. This world, this age where she was now rebirthed, an empire was forged, and it lingered on until now. But she knew this was anything but an empire. To call it a kingdom would be stretching it. It was a mere fragment of what it wanted to be. a mere shadow of what it used to be. The will of the people here were weak, their loyalties brittle, threatening to break at any moment. She would have contemplated why those who dwell on this land radiated misery, but she knew why. She could feel it in the air. Corruption so repugnant, so paralyzing that even her past self would frown at it. It was indeed ironic how people who went against her rambled on and on about the world, returning to shadows the moment she would take over, and how the end of ages would come to fruition the moment she had won. Yet here she was, bearing witness to a world so deep into the shadows, a world that she had no part in building. Rather, it was a world forged by men who so vehemently opposed one such author in the past. It had taken her merely a day for her eyes to bear witness of the vices indulged by the mortals who lingered here, at the expense of strength, at the expense of stability. She had no qualms with evil. They were merely mortal constructs attempting to justify opposition against her. But it was another thing entirely for such notions to erode the world, to allow rot to fester. This empire, this capital, beneath the beautiful veneer lies a rotting carcass, a carcass that demands purification, that demands a purge. Indeed, if she could snatch power over this shambling corpse of an empire from the incompetent excuses for rulers, she would build something strong and indomitable for the ages to come, something worthy of calling it her own, she would build something worthy of her name, something worthy of Sauron. Well, we're done. Oh. Oh boy. Oh my god. Oh. And this was just one chapter. I am not going to read the other chapter. You all can read at your own pace. You all can read at your own pace. I'm exhausted. Oh, I hope you all enjoyed it. You can give feedback if you want. You all can give feedback if you want. I'm gonna eat something, hold on.
Water in the fire, why?
Don't mind me, lurkers, just talk amongst yourself. I have to eat something. I'm feeling a bit hungry right now. Done. Well, reviews? What do you think about the chapter? What do you think about the fan fiction?
「 What do you think about the fan fiction? 」 What do you think about the fan fiction? 」 What do you think about the fan fiction? 」 What do you think about the fan fiction? 」 What do you think about the fan fiction? 」 What do you think about the fan fiction? 」 What do you think about the fan fiction? 」 What do you think about the fan fiction?
honest review. You can criticize parts you don't like and all that. But yes, I am glad that some of you like has picked up on the JoJo reference in my fanfiction. Well, you have to think about it this way, Lurker Chat. It was meant to be a one-shot. It was meant to be a one-shot. I didn't plan to make a second chapter, but I did. There's one more, which is also pretty long. It's also pretty long. But that is for a different time. Mm. 22k words a chapter. You don't understand some fanfiction writers. I have seen some fanfiction writers who wrote a chapter that is... the cough is doing well, Zara. I am recovering. By the way, Zara, I wanted to ask you, how have you been? It's been a while since I have chatted with you. How have you been? I understand that you have been pretty busy for quite some time, isn't it? Well, I'm just glad you're back and talking again. That is all that matters. That is all that matters. I'm glad you're back and talking again and hanging out again. And I hope you will, and I hope you'll be able to hang out with us a lot more often. I know you're quite busy. I know you're quite a busy person. But other than that, I'm recovering. The worst has passed and now I'm just on the recovery stage. But anyway... Oh, I think we have mostly a lot has happened this year. Didn't want to interrupt this lovely Dono Ghost stream. Don't worry about it, Zara. Today's stream is all about you all. Other than the Dono, other than it being Gamers Outreach, this stream is also as much about you all. For us to hang out, have a good time. And if you all have a little bit of like, if you all are willing and able to do a little bit of donations here and there, you are free to do so. And yeah, we are just $100 short of the next goal. But I guess it's just as well. You like don't force me to finish a game. It's just as well you like don't force me to finish a turn-based game. It's just as well. But anyway, that concludes the stream goals. What I wanted to do today was basically all of this. It has been a pretty long 5-hour stream, isn't it? Pretty long 5-hour stream. Wait, what? What? What happened? $900 goal. Yeah, the $900 goal. I'm being nice to you all, Lekis. You Lekis, 亲爱的人. You are all very good kids, lurkers, at the end of the day, okay? You're all very good kids. You're all very, very good kids. And I gotta say that of all the followers that I have managed to gather, I'm glad it's you lurkers. All of you lurkers. I'm glad it's all of you lurkers. I wouldn't trade any of you lurkers for like a 4000 CCV or something like that. Never. I will not trade any of you lurkers for a million subscribers or 5000 CCV. You all are great. I just want to spend all this time to slowly grow this community with all of you lurkers. And I would like to be grumpy and say that I would like to spend time ranting and molding all the time, but I think it's nice to just say nice things for the entirety of the stream. Tell us we are cute. Well, all of you lurkers are cute actually. I want to show you all. To show you how cute you all are, okay? Show you how cute you all are. Look how cute you all are, lurkers. Look at this. Look how cute you all are. Let me move aside. Look how cute you all are. Tiny little critters. Look at your tiny little critters just lurking around in the back rooms. I'm very serious actually. I am extremely serious. One fine day, if I ever make it at least even semi-big, and I have enough funding to organize merch, any form of merch, lurker plushies will be one of my biggest priorities. These little things are so cute. These little things are just so cute. But of course that is something that I have to invest a lot of time and resources in. That is unexpected. That is something I have to invest some time and resources in. It will take a while. Right now I am still basically a newbie, a greenhorn, absolutely new to all of this. So $95 each for no apparent reason. Lurkling. That is an interesting way to go. Oh my god, Rina, you are back. Oh my god, I'm so happy. I'm so happy. I am so happy today. Rina is back and Zara is back. It's like a big reunion. I'm so glad. It's like a really big reunion. I am so glad. Yeah, to be fair, the stream screen there's nothing really important in the stream screen. I try not to show it because there is no reason to show it, but I have seen Filian show her stream screen quite many times. I don't know why she does it, but well, to each their own. Anyway, once again, Rena and Zara, welcome back. And I hope you all stay around for as long as possible. In the future, in the near future and the further future. Lurker plush will be called Lurkling. That would be so cute. Darkstrail? Unfortunately, no. I have not reached 10k, and I doubt you'll ever reach 10k. But let's see, what is the second half? We'll have to do the fanfic writing on different dates, actually. Like I say, some are dedicated. I'm going to have to dedicate a few different streams, actually. If July is too busy, I might have to organize it for August. Yeah. If July is too busy, I might have to organize. I would have to organize August. But there's a lot of things that happen. Let me have a look. 65 lurkers have been here for consistently, and I'm very happy. I am just looking at the post that I just made. I'm just having at the post I just made. Oh my god. Lurkers. I make posts on Twitter. Random posts, spicy posts, complaining posts, hot takes posts. Sometimes they don't get any traction. But the moment I mention banned milk, 500 likes. 500 likes in a short span of time. 80 comments. What horror game I have in mind? I'm actually thinking of playing Silent Hill F. That game actually looks quite interesting. I am glad Love has. I am absolutely glad. The first 60 comments in 10 minutes. What is up with you lurkers? Seriously. By the way, lurkers, I am still shocked that you put me at the top 3 under the no team category. I'm still shocked you put me at the top 3 in the no team category. Rena missed a lot of things, unfortunately. Rena was so late. Working the bad minds, probably. Rena was probably working the bad minds. Okay. Soon it'll be a 6-hour stream. Oh my goodness. I don't think we have enough time to play a video game today. It has been a full-on stream where I spent a little too much time talking. Well, not gonna lie though, it would have been pretty funny to see the donations actually reach 4,200. Perfectly 4,200. At least I don't have to finish a turn-based game, which I am grateful to an extent. I'm so sorry. I am so sorry, Lurkis. I am so sorry, Lurkis. I'm sounding a little bit selfish. I'm so sorry. I am so sorry. No, don't do it. Don't donate any more money, please. Don't donate any more money, please. That's it. Yeah, you're back. Welcome back. Welcome back. For real, for real. I'm gonna spend maybe the last half an hour just chatting with your lurkers. And then after that, I will conclude the stream. Oh hey, but since most of you lurkers are here, I'm going to just do a bit of housekeeping, okay? I'm gonna do a bit of housekeeping. So... you really want me to play that turn-based game to the end, do you? You really want that to happen, do you? You really want that to happen, do you? I cannot believe it. I cannot believe it. Let's also just watch this video.
Here at Gamers Outreach, we believe kids deserve a chance to be themselves. Video games inspire joy. They represent an opportunity for us to connect with each other through activity and story. Kids receiving medical treatment often have only a few outlets. Thankfully, gamers are here to make a difference.
I'm Sarah Kyo, and my kids are, I have 3 kids who are all Seattle Children's patients. My son Luca is medically complex. You know, just to see him kind of brighten up a little bit when that cart rolled in.
Spanning from our first push into hospitals.
Look at that, very fancy thing. Look at that.
Our quest now encompasses our newest program, SavePoint, which will help impact even more lives. SavePoint offers toys and prizes to kids via high-tech vending machines in hospitals, rewarding patients as they reach treatment milestones and fostering a sense of accomplishment.
Most of us gaming specialists are lifelong gamers. My first impression of seeing these go-karts is just the huge potential this has to bring gaming to families in the hospital that didn't think that gaming was gonna be possible.
With massive support from the gaming community, we have delivered hundreds of
Look at that, how
go-karts to healthcare facilities around the world,
it's so
enabling more than 5 million gaming experiences annually for kids receiving care. Not only in the US and Canada, but go-karts have been deployed worldwide.
Bigger than Seattle Children's, almost every therapeutic gaming program in the
what is this
bigger than Seattle Children's.
Let me check. Okay, for now it is mostly in US, some parts of Europe, specifically in the UK, some parts of Australia, some parts of New Zealand. Oh no. Well, I can't say oh no. You know what would be nice? If one day it goes to Asia too. If one day it goes to Asia, I will be pretty happy. If one day it goes to Asia, I will be pretty sweet.
Worldwide.
Bigger than Seattle Children's.
Because let's be real here. A lot of Asian kids really need it. They really do need something like this. They really do need something like this.
Almost every therapeutic gaming program in the country's backbone is the Gamers Outreach Cart. Many patients say it helps them feel like they're at home. Like I said,
Ah, Subnautica. Good choice. Good choice. Gamers Outreach. Good choice. Subnautica. Probably the other game you probably can get is Helldivers. Helldivers will be pretty nice too. Subnautica, Helldivers. Maybe Deep Rock Galactic. Deep Rock Galactic is definitely a good choice too. Definitely. Deep Rock Galactic. Here, I'm giving your suggestions, Gamers Outreach. I'm giving your suggestions. Deep Rock Galactic is nice. Subnautica, of course, you already have that. Helldivers, if you want. What else? What else? What else? What else? What else? What else is a good choice? A lot of other games are in my head are pretty mature rated. So like I say Deep Rock Galactic is probably a very good one. If y'all have it, y'all should get it. Y'all should get it for your kids. Deep Rock Galactic.
it's a cool piece of tech that you can customize in a situation where a lot of what is happening to them is not up to them.
We have shared the gift of play with over 400 hospital partners, and we're just getting started. One day, we want to look back and ask ourselves, remember when hospitals didn't have video games? We need your help to get there. Together, we can help others level up.
That's pretty nice. I'd be honestly, if I were a kid and I was in touch wood, if I was stuck in hospital as a kid, I would be pretty. It would brighten up my day seeing a video game. Playing a video game in hospital. It's like, no way. Controller is a figure of speech. Touching wood is a figure of speech. Literal wood. It's called choi tai gat lai si, as some would say. You know what? I'm still quite shocked at the ability of you lurkers, honestly. I am still very shocked at the ability of you lurkers. It has been shocking to me and really honestly heartwarming. Seriously. It is not easy. It is not easy to make all these numbers. Really. And it's especially not easy for the two Anons. It is shocking. And Ken Boso as well. Ken Boso, I know you're still here, but I am quite touched that you did this. Even if it was just to make me suffer. Even if it was just to make me suffer, but it is a very touching thing to do. Leafar Oz, are you a new chatter? Let me have a look. Hello, Leafar Oz. Welcome to the stream for the first time. You are the first time. It's the first time chatting. Oh my God, Rena. Rena, you are back to your old antics again. Rena, you're back to your old antics again. Rina. Rina is back. Classic Rina. I'm not sure some of you lickers may not know, but Rina has been away for 2 weeks. And we have all felt her absence. We have all felt her absence. Rina's been lurking. It's the mischievous child you always miss the most, yeah. It's funny in such a way. I imagine Rina to look exactly, hold on, let me show you. I imagine Rina to look like this, hold on. Hold on, pardon me. I imagine Rina to look like this. I imagine Rina looks like this. I imagine this is what Rina looks like. Toxic Rina. Funny. Rina face review for real. Rina has a face review finally. Lurkers, if you... Why should I be egging you on? I don't know why I'm egging you on. I don't know why. You know what? Find out egg you on, Lurkers. Lurkers, you have 20 more minutes before... You have 20 more minutes for the last $35. Now or never. It's now or never. It's now or never. Well, I should. Oh my god. Mads. Oh my goodness. Thank you, Mads, for the 20. So close. So close. $15 lurkers can donate $1 each, and it will be done. You are going to make me torture myself. Each lurker just has to give $1 each. Each lurker just has to give $1 each, and we will be done. This is how y'all look like, by the way, lurkers. This is how you lurkers look like, by the way. Not gonna lie. Not gonna lie. This is like those hell divers stages. What game do you want me to play then? I've got a few ideas I have in mind. I have a few ideas I have in mind. XCOM, Valkyria Chronicles. I don't know whether I should play Rogue Trader or not, because Rogue Trader is a very long game. We can do a preliminary poll right now, okay? We can do a preliminary poll. Let me just go set one up. Just to be fair, by the way, most of the... Thank you, Sakana, for the $1. Just to be fair, by the way, lurkers, just to be fair, there are some games that I have to buy first before I play them. Unless you lurkers somehow... No, I'm not gonna ask. I'll pay with my own money. Let's see. Thank you for the sub, Thought-mongers. Let me just set a few polls. These are a few games Valkyria. What else is Rogue Trader, XCOM. Well, I'll put that into the list. The only problem I have with Expedition 33 is that standing at two ends of the field. Oh no. The standing at the two ends of the field, that's what bugs me the most. Do I need Ubisoft Connect to play South Park? Let me see, what other games like XCOM? Let me check. There's another... Wait. There's another... Let me see. What is a game like XCOM? Let me see.
Peggy 16.
Hold on a moment, let me have a look. Jagged Alliance. Okay, Jagged Alliance. I can do that. Jagged Alliance looks nice. I can play Jagged Alliance. Of course you would choose Expedition 33. Is XCOM 2 really that horrible? I don't want to play cards. Don't feel like playing cards. If I'm going to play a turn-based game, I rather have a theme that is fun. And by theme I mean warfare. I'll take this poll as a suggestion. And yeah, but one of these games I'll be playing. Probably a game that is not too long. Valkyria, I think, is not too long. Road Trader is ridiculously long. Jagged Alliance is not too long. How long is Expedition 33? How long is that game? 30 hours. Well, we have a few more minutes to decide. XCOM and Expedition 33 neck to neck. Interesting. I will decide then. Tiebreaker. I will decide. I will decide in a future stream. Okay. I will decide in a future stream. Sakana, you are pushing it right now. Sakana, you're pushing it right now. You are really pushing it right now. But anyway, I can try one and finish the other. We will discuss it in the coming days then, in the future stream. But anyway, I think we are officially done. We are officially done. We are officially done with the Gamers Outreach stream. And our final amount is 4,202. Rina, can you shut up? So a bit of housekeeping before I end the stream, okay? A bit of housekeeping before I end the stream. Let me just see. So the July streams. Oh shoot. So the July streams. I will update you all on socials. The first week or so of July will be very busy for me. Today was actually, I was supposed to be quite busy today, but I managed to make time for this. Then I'll be busy also tomorrow. I will also be busy tomorrow. So be careful. So I will keep you updated on when the next streams will be, okay? I'll be updating you on I'll be updating you on Facebook and X, Twitter. Okay? So with that out of the way, I think a 6-hour stream is the perfect time for me. I am exhausted, and I think we have had a really nice stream. A very nice charity stream. And anyway, thank you lurkers for supporting Gamers Outreach, and thank you for, well, also genuine thank you to Gamers Outreach for thinking about me and inviting me to their event. I was not expecting anyone to invite me to an event, let alone a charity one, so I really appreciate that someone in Gamers Outreach thought about me. So like I said, the streams will be on socials, and I am done. I am done with this stream. Now with that out of the way, I will let y'all know July stream is very soon. Maybe either this week or next week, okay? Either this week or next week. Yeah, I'm stalled for 1 more minute. What I'm going to do is I'm going to find someone to raid. I'll see if there's anyone to raid. Let me have a look. Anyone to raid whatsoever. What a shame. You lurkers have a suggestion? Any of you lurkers have a suggestion? Any of you lurkers have a suggestion on who you want to raid? Give me the correct name of the VTuber. Preferably a smaller VTuber. Give a few of them some views. Who is Mikan? Mato? Oh, let's go Benjamin. Okay, let's go Juju. Let's go find Juju then. Let's go find Juju. Let me have a look. Let's go find Juju. She is live. Okay, let's go. Let's go. Okay, let me raid channel. Banana Juju is fine. Let's see. Okay, Red. Lurkers, with that out of the way, I'm going to say goodbye to you all. She has started, I think. Go check, she has started. Yep, she has started.
You were sleeping to a War Thunder stream?
Oh yeah, she has started. Okay, let's get started. Anyway, I will let you all off, and again I will update you all on Facebook and Twitter/X for my next schedule. With that out of the way, I hope you all had a really good time. Anyway, thank you for staying around, Lucas, and I'll see you another day.